Testing 1, 2, 3. What's happening? Chin Gang. Hey, Rapview. How are you tonight? Can you guys hear me? Hi, Carissa. Is my audio working? Hi, Insightful. Diane, you hear me? Okay. I guess we'll wait a while. I apologize in advance. Obviously, I just dropped this on you at the last second, and I probably should have scheduled it, but I wanted to get it out. I mean, we'll see how I do. Hopefully, I have some things that are interesting for you. And I'm good, Rep. Thank you for asking. Let's do a couple of tests since I'm still such a rookie. Let's see if I can share my screen correctly. So let's see if this works. No, let's try that one. Okay, so can you see that document on my screen? Hi, veritas, equitas. It's like a good Latin words, names. So can you see my screen? Can you see the document? Cool. Thank you, Carissa. It's not just an article or something. It's my essay from like 6 years ago. It's important or something. I don't know. Probably not. But so my screen is working. Let's try something else. Last time I had a problem with the audio, so I'm hoping maybe we should do a quick test on the audio. Can you see that image from my Windows viewer? Does that work? Who needs more wrenches? Probably need more wrenches, right? You can see it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the greatest image quality, but hi, Amber. Hi, Rock Solid. Yes, it works. Okay, let me test one more thing with you. I had a problem with playing videos last time. So let's see if a video works this time. Let's see. Tell me if you hear the sound in this. Can you hear that video? Can you guys hear that video when I play it? No sound. Does anyone have any idea? That worries me a bit because last time I couldn't play a video, but AK could play a video on the stream, on the panel. You hear a very faint sound. So you did hear the video, but maybe just really low? I mean, do I have to crank it or something?
One version includes video. You can also view the video versions of the podcast on YouTube. Just search for my YouTube channel.
No sound. Does anyone know why sharing a video doesn't work from, because that's going to be a problem. We were going to watch some videos tonight. Now you can hear my voice, but could you hear the video? That time I heard it. So it sounds like I just have to crank the hell out of it. So I'll play it again really loud. Tell me if you can hear it.
Channel called Philosophy Freak, all one word. And all the podcast episodes are in a playlist in that YouTube channel, along with 30 or so other videos. While you're there, you might as well subscribe to the channel so you get updates whenever any new video is posted to the channel. And finally, you can visit.
Okay, so I guess the trick then is that I need to mute myself, mute my mic, and then I guess I have to have the video really loud. It's not very loud. I mean, if you want, I'll just sort of cover my ears and play the video even louder. You want to test it one more time? Hold on. Let's test it one more time just to make sure that you guys get a good volume level. I'll mute myself and then play the video really loud. Well, that makes no sense at all. I just did the same thing and you could hear the audio before, but then when I played it a second time, you said you couldn't hear it. That's very strange. Let me stop the share. Let me try one more time. Okay, that's confusing. Let me try to share it then, not as a window, but as a tab or entire screen. Let's try it this way.
Podcast on YouTube. Just search for my YouTube channel called Philosophy Freak, all one word. And all the podcast episodes are in a playlist in that YouTube channel, along with 30 or so other videos. While you're there, you might as well subscribe to the channel so you get updates whenever any new video is posted to the channel. And finally, you can visit the website where the podcast episodes are hosted, www.criticalthinkeracademy.com. Most of the comments I get on podcast videos are on YouTube, but if you're curious to see what other people are saying about an episode, I'd recommend visiting there. From now on, I'm going to include a link to the YouTube version in the show notes. But one of the advantages of checking out the episode posts on criticalthinkeracademy.com is that you get access to the podcast show notes, which usually include references and links to resources mentioned in the episode or that are relevant to the episode. And while you're there, you can sign up for the Critical Thinker Academy newsletter, which will keep you informed about new podcast episodes, tutorials, and blog posts. Finally, let me also add that we do have a Facebook page where I share posts and updates. Just search for Critical Thinker Academy in Facebook.
Okay, I'm sorry again being a newbie, but that's good. So it works. It's just really loud. I have these studio monitors because I make music for fun, and I couldn't get the sound. It sounds like I just have to really crank it. Um, I talk. Oh, he talks fast. Well, he's smart. I'm going to show you who he is later. I actually know the guy. Um, let's see it. Where did I? Yeah. Okay. So, what do you think? Do you think we have enough people in here, or should I get started? Who needs a wrench? Do I need to hand out more wrenches? I probably do, right? Where's Wrap View Insightful? Where the heck is? Where the heck is? I got no notice. You got no notice, Val. Um, Add moderator. One more wrench. VP, did you get the wrench? And Aussie. Aussie needs a wrench. And VP gets a wrench. Does everybody have a wrench? Is everybody okay? There we go. I think we're good, right? All right. We're probably not going to have too many people in here tonight, but um, you practice guitar today. Tech Death, we're going to have to jam sometime. What kind of guitar do you have? Or guitars? You get a wrench, and you get a wrench, and you get a wrench. I'm Oprah with a deep male voice. Wouldn't Oprah look ridiculous if she had my voice? I mean, that would really mess with everyone's mind, I think. That just wouldn't work. 8-string Ibanez. I can barely play 6 strings. I'm not ready for an 8-string. I want an Ibanez, by the way. Um, I have a I have a Gibson SG, but it's a copy. I have a Les Paul Supreme, which I absolutely love. I have a vintage Strat. I have a really nice Schecter that's purple. Purple Rain, that's the color. So cool. I'm a lefty and it's hard to find guitars. So I found a purple badass left-handed guitar and I bought it. And now in like a day after I pulled the trigger, they discontinued it. So I'm glad I got it when I could because being a lefty, you don't get many options. It's a bit sad when you walk into a guitar store. It's like walking into a candy shop and not being able to eat any of the candy. Um, yeah, I have a few more. I have a Taylor 710 Custom. Um, I have a I have a few more. I'm trying to think of the nice ones though. I have an ESP, and then I have like a Paul Reed Smith copy, um, which is nice. Taylor, Diane, you have a lefty Taylor? I want a new one. I want like a 422 or 424. I think that's the model. Maybe it's the 324. I don't know. It's a Taylor that I would love to have a brand new one with the pickup system and all that. My Taylor 710, it's a custom one, but it does have a pickup. I forget what the brand is. Whatever, I can just play. I don't know anything about guitars. I need roadies. I want little people to change my strings because I'm bad at it, but I don't have enough talent to have little people and roadies change my strings. So I guess I'll get started. Thanks for coming, everyone. I think I'll. So let me just get us all going. Hi, prodigious. Okay, so let's get going. I can play right-handed too because as a lefty, every darn time I go to someone's house, it's a right-handed guitar, so I had to learn how to play all the chords upside down and backwards, and so I mean I can play, you know, I can play decent rhythm left-handed on a right-handed guitar. I don't want a Yamaha hummingbird. I want a Gibson hummingbird, but they're about frickin' $4,000 now. I want a Paul Reed Smith. One of these days, I'll get a proper Paul Reed Smith custom 24, and I'll just flip and take a second mortgage out of my house to pay the $5,000 or whatever they are. They're ridiculous. Buenas noches, Flor Morena. Love your name, flower, fleur in French. Hi, AF. Rain will have knocked the wrench off making new mods tonight. Okay, so should I get started? Give me a one if you want me to go, or if you just want to keep chatting, we can chat. I finally figured out how to sort of look at the chat room and sort of set it up. But we'll see how I pull it off when I try to put things on screen and stuff. So what is my StreamYard look like? Oh, I still have the chat room there. So I guess I take that off and let's share some pictures. How do I do the pictures? Share screen. And let's start out with this one. Okay, guys, I'll get us started then. So let's do the formal announcement. Hello, everyone. It's a brain and a vat again. I hope you brought your tinfoil hat, that you're enjoying a nice glass of wine, hopefully with a reptile overlord buddy, maybe, that you're quite far away from any 5G towers, and that you didn't suck up too many toxins from the chemtrails today. So, for example, are you lucky enough? Uh-oh. Are you guys sitting with him? Hold on, let me get my bearings back again. Okay, we don't want to see that. Let me go back to this one. Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about an always controversial and very provocative topic, conspiracy theories. Now, I've been worried about them for quite a long time, and my worst fears have sort of come to fruition, unfortunately, in that they're on the rise and they're sort of ubiquitous these days. They're everywhere if you look closely, and they're even here in YouTube true crime land. So I've been studying and trying to educate on the phenomenon of conspiracy theories for quite a long time. And I think I have enough data at this point to sort of predict with a fairly high degree of confidence how it usually turns out when you bring up the topic and what the common responses and confusion on the topic usually are. And the topic is quite vast, and there's really no way that I could ever possibly cover it entirely, certainly not in a short live stream. So this will just sort of be scratching the surface, just a brief introduction. Hold on one second. Uh-oh. Somebody informed me that they lost a wrench. Did that work? Did you get your wrench back? Okay, so where was I? So yeah, it will just be a brief introduction tonight. Maybe we can do it again another time and go into more detail. So the agenda tonight will be to try to define what they are, what conspiracy theories are, what they aren't, the telltale signs, some critical thinking tests to identify them, some of the science, and the extent of the phenomenon, at least a bit in terms of some of the surveys that show a bit how many people actually believe in these sorts of things. And we're going to watch some educational videos together. Does that sound fun? You guys interested? One for yes? No? No videos? Just my silly droning voice? Or you want to watch some videos with me since I finally figured out how to get the videos to work? Hell to the yeah. Okay, there you go. I guess there's a time lag. I'm insecure. I don't get like immediate feedback. There we go. Okay. I'm like, hello world. Can anyone hear me? Por favor. Okay. Uno. Si. Okay. So before we get to all that, though, I have some house cleaning to do because the other day, some of you might have been here. I did what I would call an experimental live stream, just to get my feet in the water, and it was interesting. And hopefully, I think some of you, well, I mean, I know some of you were here, and I hope you liked it. Um, I had fun. Hopefully, we all had fun. The people on the panel, I really appreciate the help that I got because I signed up for an account. I'd never been live streaming, and I wanted someone to sort of hold my hand, and I really didn't prepare anything. It was really just a free for all. And that's sort of how it went. It was a free for all. I'm glad you liked it, Insightful, and thank you so much. Insightful stayed the entire, I think it was it was a 6 day event, wasn't it? Insightful. I mean, maybe it wasn't that long, but it was pretty long. In any case, I mean, I felt okay about it, but at the end of the day, well, I mean, I'll talk about that in a minute. So basically, it was a really fun first experience, and there are a bunch of points that came up that I've thought about. Um, yeah, 6 hours and 30 minutes, whatever, 6 days, 6 hours, 6 minutes. Time is relative. Talk to Einstein. Um, so I learned a lot of lessons. I got some feedback. I thought about it a bit more. And so the first thing is that the night before I did my live stream, my flippin' internet went down. And that's never fun. And I have a really solid internet connection, and I have a lot of bandwidth. So that's very rare to have my internet go down. But it went down the night before the live stream for about 2 hours. And you then fall back into some primitive state like when we were cavemen, and you have no idea what you're supposed to do. I mean, what does the world mean? What does existence mean without internet? I mean, what did people do before? I mean, I guess I don't know. I'd pet my cats and play my guitars, and I guess I'd find something to do. I must have done something before the internet. I actually remember that far back. But my internet went down. Hi, Trisha. So happy that you could make it. I hope your show went well tonight. I just started, Trisha. You haven't missed anything. The only thing you've missed is I hope you have your tinfoil hat on. Hopefully, you have a cocktail and you're sitting with hopefully a reptiloid overlord. And I hope that the chemtrails haven't gotten you. You're not like congested from all the chemtrails in the air. And please, I hope all of you are far, far away from. I think I heard that, Trisha. Yikes! And I hope that everybody's far away from 5G towers, because who knows, it'll change your genetic code or something crazy. Your kids will, be born with 17 legs, or I don't know what, but I hear the stuff is bad news. So stay away from it. If you have a 5G phone, open the window and huck that thing as far as you can, because I don't know what that stuff can do. I'm just kidding. This is a show on conspiracy theories. That's silly. So I wanted to apologize, obviously, for the fact that on the night of my live stream, there must have been apparently upgrades in my internet um, network in my vicinity. And even though when I called, they said that the internet was not down, my system crashed hard 3 times during my first live stream. Not the thing you really want to happen. And so thanks to everyone for holding down the fort while I was gone. And I lost about, I don't know, 30 minutes. I think some people even told me there might have been other panelists that came on or that I didn't see. I don't know. Anyway, that was a rather annoying inconvenience, and I ran around the house screaming, and I scared my cats. Okay, I'm kidding. I didn't actually scream. I tried my wires to the router, and I restarted the routers, and it was insane. I lost a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it all came back on, and I did want to scream. I really wanted to scream at the cobwebs, but I didn't want to scare my cats, so I tried to deal with it. But that was very bad luck. So the reason that I privated the live stream was not because I felt ashamed of anything, or I thought my performance was poor, or really any other element. It was just that it was a first experiment. I found it lacked structure. I thought it was too long. I hadn't prepared anything. I had a bit of naivete in terms of some of the dynamics of having a live, and then just probably overall, my inexperience managing a live stream. So I might eventually, edit that live stream and make some interesting things. A lot of you seem to like it. I got a lot of rather positive feedback, with the exception of one person who told me that I am tiresome and verbose and I have poor delivery. And that's okay. No one needs to watch or listen to my channel if they don't like my style. That's perfectly acceptable and normal. So, um, I want to thank everybody that came on the show the other day. I mean, you guys were great. I felt like I wasn't alone, and you all held my hands. Bonsoir, Alice. Ça va? Yeah, I'm probably a bit of a perfectionist. I probably need to get over myself. I'm not good about that stuff. Um, so anyway, yeah, thanks to everybody. Thanks for the mods. I definitely want to talk a bit about modding and some interesting dynamics. I mean, I sort of probably should have anticipated some of the modding things, because I actually have some experience. I used to have a chat room about 10 years ago. I built a big website. I had built a small business, and the website that I built for it was essentially a Facebook clone. Little did I know Facebook was going to take over the world, so my timing was pretty poor. But the website that I built was a content management system, and it was, it had all the bells and whistles of Facebook. So it had forums and blogs and personal profiles, and you could friend each other, and you could video chat, and it had chat rooms. It had just all the good stuff. And so I ended up setting up a chat room with a bunch of friends, and the chat room actually became quite popular. And I then quickly recognized the importance of modding a chat room. And at some point, then, because my chat room got so popular and I needed to go to bed and I couldn't moderate and mediate interpersonal conflict every day, all day long, a few people were begging me to give them admin rights, or basically the equivalent of the wrench. And so I trusted some people, and then I left the room and was instantly getting messaged all the time that my mods were all getting power trips, and they were, not moderating in the same way that I was, and everyone was upset, and they were upset at me. And so, I think I got a bit of a course on some of the dynamics of modding. So, um, so thanks to everyone who's modding tonight. Thank you for the mods before. And I think I've learned just some interesting things. I sort of have a much heightened respect for mods in the sense that, what you guys do is very generous and even noble in some ways, in the sense that, good mods are, they're there to protect you, to make sure that your chat room runs smoothly and cooperatively, while you are, trying to convey some sort of message on the channel, so to speak, as if you're the actor on stage and they're the people working in the background to make sure that, everybody gets along and there's no hiccups. And so I really admire the fact that, the really good mods really, go the extra mile to sort of protect not only, the creators, but also everybody in the chat room, and to hopefully sort of keep people on topic, and to have the soft skills to moderate, sort of the inevitable interpersonal conflict, and also, to make sure that the bad players that come to just disrupt, get scolded, or simply get banished to the cornfield. So I really I appreciate that. And then there's some other, really interesting dynamics which, were sort of brought to my attention, but I sort of remembered it before. There's also sort of a politics of modding. There can be problems like, uh, the association problem, where you can mod for one channel and or mod for more than one channel, and these channels may or may not, um, you know, have much of a correlation. They might have very different messaging and very different content, and you can get a bad rap as a mod, and also even the channel creator can get a bad rap for possibly giving the wrench to someone who also mods in another room, which might, somehow give you a bad reputation or affect you. So that's a very interesting dynamic as well. From what I understand, I think you can even have some competition among mods. There can be some very interesting politics and dynamics. So that's also an interesting dynamic, and something to, that you need to take into consideration. So there's some other things that, um, I need to get better at. I need to vet any panelists I have, and think long and hard before I decide to have someone on my channel, because ultimately, at the end of the day, I suppose it's my brand, my reputation that's on the line. So I'm going to need to try to be a bit more assertive, um, because there's sort of a part of me that feels like I'm just in a room with other adults, and we're all just having a conversation. And I would like to think that I like to allow people to speak, and I'm not necessarily the type to say, hey, you stop talking right now, because we got to get on to other things. So a live stream has a lot of different social dynamics, so I'm going to need to understand how to better vet and be careful about the panelists I have on board, and I'm going to need to, vet even mods, and just make sure I know who everyone is, and that everyone gets along, and that they basically, project my values, and the sort of modding that I would do if I were the one in the chat room. And what else did I want to say about that? Um, yeah, so I mean, vetting is a big thing. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that the other important point, and I'm going to bring that up, is that if anyone mods for me, I need to communicate to you what I'm expecting from you, so that you can do a good job, and you're not lost, and not employing particular modding tactics that might not be what I want. So I need to do that, and that's something I didn't do in the first one, and then I'm going to try to correct tonight so that anyone that mods for me hopefully understands a bit what I'm looking for in terms of the behavior in the room. So let me maybe well, let me just sort of keep on. I had some notes I want to talk about. So the other one, as I talked about, was sort of being more assertive. I need to understand that a live stream is not simply five people in a living room pouring glasses of wine and just a stream of consciousness, and anything goes, free for all. I need to keep everybody on track, and I need to have the ability to hopefully politely but keep everyone directed and keep things on topic, keep us from being distracted, or sort of making sure that there's some time limits on things so you don't go too long on a particular topic to keep it flowing and keep it entertaining and keeping it sort of active and on the track. So I'm going to need to get better at that. Now, I realize that what I have to do in order to do that properly is I just need to sort of recognize that, I need to go back to when I was a senior corporate executive and I had, a team of 20 employees. And even though I would prefer to be friends with people as a boss, I needed to become assertive and, make sure that everyone understands that at the end of the day, it's one person that has to make the choice, and hopefully you get everyone's feedback and you do it correctly. But unfortunately, um, a channel is like a business. And unfortunately, businesses don't tend to be democracies. They tend to be sort of top-down hierarchies. So hopefully, I can do that gracefully. I certainly would never want to offend anyone, but I'm going to need to uh, again sort of be assertive because if I just succumb to being a bit too nice, which is possibly my weakness, that will be seen as a weakness. My shows might get out of control. Somebody else might sort of grandstand, even if it's by accident, and sort of steal the show. So I'm going to need to sort of get better at these sorts of things. Um, the other big point is that I really feel like I want to be properly prepared, as a sort of longtime professional. Sure, I can be spontaneous. I mean, I'm mostly being spontaneous now, but at least I have a bit of an outline. I thought about some things, and I'm sure I'm going to mess up tonight, certainly with the technology. But at least I sort of have thought about a bit the structure of the live stream tonight. And so I think that, I'm not sure that I will be doing too many true free for alls unless it's really just like a cocktail night. and and there's not supposed to be, anything relevant presented. Nobody has that expectation and we're just, going to be silly and dance and make fools of ourselves or something like that. So, the other thing I wanted to bring up, I think just maybe is interesting to you, is that I believe my experience in the corporate world is that, and I think it's probably relevant to something like a live stream and then the chat and the mods and the behavior of everyone participating, is that you lead by example and you set the tone. So as the creator, I mean, I really don't like that word. Whatever the person, the channel owner, sets the tone and sets an example of the behavior. We are social animals, so we tend to be a bit monkey see, monkey do. So if you have a creator who whose style is to scream, to shriek, to be extremely aggressive, don't be surprised if your chat room represents that behavior. If you have a content creator who's extremely emotional, crying, depressed, sad, don't be surprised if notice that the chat room tends to mimic that behavior. We evolved with things called mirror neurons, where we see other people and and the same areas in our brain light up as the thing that we're looking at, the animal that we're looking at. So you can get a good example of this would be something like if you go to a movie theater And if you were to not look at the screen and only look at the expression on the audience, you would have a pretty good idea of the emotions of the actors on the screen, and you can see that through the people watching them. And it's a perfect example of the role of mirror neurons, where we actually we mirror and imitate what we see when we see it in other people. So somebody who smiles makes you smile. Somebody who's sad makes you sad. Somebody who's angry might make you angry. So I think there's a lot of that too, in terms of the interplay between the the role model and then everybody else participating, including in the chat. I don't know if that resonates with you. Do you guys have any examples of somebody who's just constantly angry on their live stream, and whether or not that gets replicated in the chat dynamics, and then maybe vice versa, just somebody who's quite calm and organized, and the chats might correlate with that same behavior? Because if you do, then that's sort of what I'm talking about in terms of, setting the example and setting the tone, for the room and for the live stream. So, and then I guess the other point is just sort of what I said before, about the sort of complexity of keeping everyone on topic. So there's a very interesting question in terms of the chat. It seems to me that chats serve a few different purposes. Chats are to interact with the content creator. They're also to interact with each other, so they become a sort of community of friends that are happy to see each other and to pass some time together and to interact. Some people, I think, come into the chat as much just to participate with the chat and with other people, as they are maybe with actually the content. So that's an interesting dynamic. I don't know how we feel about that, and I don't know how the mods perceive their role in terms of how to deal with that. Do you guys, as mods, do you sort of feel like if you have the impression that no one's paying attention, or everyone's just really, I don't know, making jokes and playing amongst themselves in the chat, that really takes away from paying attention to the content? And do you feel as mods sort of obliged to get people to pay attention or to stay on topic, or is this just sort of the normal? Is this just the norm and just part of the phenomenon in a chat room? Anyone have some feedback for me on that one? Whether the mods feel sort of obliged to keep people on topic, or is that not necessarily part of the role of a mod, to welcome people and help keep the chat friendly? Okay, so hopefully I'll learn more and get better. So here a bit is then, I guess, my rules, my tolerance levels, what I would sort of expect from the chat room behavior on this channel. Um, Basically, I'm normally personally fine with some colorful language. A couple four-letter words are not going to offend me. I assume that we're all adults, and I would like people to speak freely in their own style. So, I have no problem with a couple of F-bombs or something like that. Be yourself. Feel free to speak as you normally speak. At the same time, probably try not to overdo it, because you can offend the sensibilities of others, maybe who would rather not see too much of it. And my older chat room experience that I was referring to before sort of tells me that even though I expect that adults can behave well in mixed company, in large groups, maybe we can't make that assumption, because in my chat room, we basically, at some point, I didn't want to, but we had to say, no profane language, no bad language. So, you know, um, we can talk about it a little bit, but that's certainly not something that I would insist that my mods, stop immediately or block or ban. It's just sort of, I don't know, a warning or two, or something like that if it's too much. But besides that, I want people to feel free and comfortable here. And then, sort of on the bad side of the behavioral spectrum, anyone belligerent, anyone trying to simply grandstand, sort of steal the show, trying to discredit the topic entirely, or the creator, or the chat participants, or another mod, should probably be sent to the cornfield, or at least for a bit. So yeah, Shay, I mean, I would say a few warnings. I think most conflict, with reasonable people, you can just sort of say, hey, calm down a little bit, or you know, you're going a little too far, or something like that. So, beyond that, I I think any reasonable and appropriately delivered opinion or disagreement, is welcomed and should be allowed. I'm a fairly ardent proponent of free speech. Even if I say I'm not a free speech absolutist, I'm still very much an ardent advocate of free speech. So please feel comfortable to speak your mind. And a critical thinking tip: always remember to try to think in terms of ideas, not so much people. So it's sort of you know, you can hate an idea, but try not to hate the person. A lot of good people that have some rather sketchy ideas, but that doesn't mean they're all bad. Try to focus on the content, the substantive arguments, not necessarily the messenger. So if you disagree with something or someone, try to focus on the idea or the arguments that bothered you. Try to rebut it. Try to refute it. Make better arguments. I mean, that's what I love to see. Having run a science and philosophy forum, I love active disagreement, and some of the most positive conversations I've ever conducted, or been part of, were passionate, and there was a lot of disagreement, and they could be lovely and end up extremely productive, and end up everybody really appreciating the challenges, the intellectual challenge, and the fact that it was conducted in good faith. And I think people can really benefit from those sorts of conversations, where it's not about simply bending over backwards to not offend or to be nice. You can be passionate, you can vehemently disagree with someone, but you can still do it in good faith, and without and then go out for a margarita afterwards, without having to end up disliking each other. So that's the sort of thing that, I hope. And so, in my funny little way, let's all try to pretend we're intellectuals here, even if we're just playing at it. And let's see what the experiment results are, and if you like it. Hope that's a deal with all you guys. Now, I wanted to, oh, I mean, there's one more thing I want to talk about, but before I get started. But do you guys have any questions, or was I unclear about anything? Um, does that sort of set the ground rules, and maybe the tone, and maybe sort of the attitude that I would like to project here? Dum, da, da, da. I'll wait for the time lag, assuming you all can hear. You can set up the Nightbot to post rules. What's a Nightbot? What the heck? Oh, are you telling me there's like an AI bot or something in here? There's some high tech functionality that I'm not aware of. Yes, civilized. Civilized is good. I like civilized. Name that logical fallacy. I certainly played that game many, many times on my Facebook forum. We used to play games every Friday night, so I would try to prepare a bunch of critical thinking games and puzzles, and then I would make a post, and everybody would participate, and we had so much fun. The problem is just, Facebook's sort of a difficult medium to do that, but we all enjoyed it, and it was educational. People like games. Maybe I'll try to do that sometime. I know Ozzy, you've tried that, and you thought it was really productive, and everyone enjoyed it. I mean, one of the big things, I think the analog for the appeal to with live streams. Please, Trisha, fucking please drop an F bomb. Um, I think the analog, I think the appeal, I think the appeal of these live streams is that I think it's reality TV where you get to participate. Um, so you get to engage with the equivalent of TV actors or television shows. I'm pretty sure that that's why live streams are appealing to a lot of people. You're in the action. You're sort of off stage, of the theater, and you're whispering and talking and engaging with the actor, when he comes off stage, and then you get to talk with them. I'm pretty sure that that's got to be a big part of the draw of people who sort of no longer watch TV and do a lot of time, spend a lot of time, in live streams. So that sounds like a dream come true. Oh, that's nice, Polly. Okay, so the other thing, and I hope you're not mad at me, but I have to say something and announce it. I've been struggling with this for 10 years. I volunteered my time for 10 years on my science and philosophy forum, and I didn't ever want a penny because it's a labor of love, and I'm weird. I don't like to ask for money. I always had a lucrative career, but sort of asking people for favors or asking people for money is sort of like asking people for favors, and it's not something I necessarily like to do. But after 10 years of volunteering just an absurd amount of hours, sort of sharing my formal background and in science and philosophy, and my two master's degrees and my 30 years of professional experience, um, I have a mortgage, and it's just becoming increasingly difficult for me to be able to justify doing volunteer work as much as I would love to continue. So I think I need to get over myself and accept that it's okay to ask for compensation, if and only if my efforts are considered value added or educational or entertaining. And if they are not, I shouldn't be compensated. And I might need to just do something else. But essentially, the point is that I've decided to monetize. That's my rationale. I had the YouTube monetization criteria satisfied several weeks ago, and I was still hesitating. But I hit the application button today, so I guess it's in the process of getting the AdSense account, and then I guess there's a review after that. And so yeah, that's been really hard on me. But there's another part of me that says I'm ridiculous in some effort to be fair of me to ask for compensation. So that's my announcement. And I hope you support me. But like I said, if ever you do like my content, please feel free. It would obviously be appreciated. At the same time, if I don't produce value added, honest, sincere, educational, or entertaining content, please let me know by not being supported, because that's sort of the issue that I sort of came here, and there are a lot of channels that really just seem dishonest and opportunistic, and I just don't find them sincere, and I don't think that they're necessarily adding much of value. And so my argument is that if we want to have a better environment, a more productive environment, we need to direct support in positive directions, and maybe a little bit less in the directions that don't necessarily provide much benefit for humanity, or anyone for that matter. So, Sack and Fox Nanny, am I still cutting out, or is my volume okay? Everybody else hear me okay? Uh-oh, your internet is doing glitchy shit. Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to do that now. Let me see. Um, I mean, I'll put it in the link below too, but where the heck is that? I thought I had my PayPal link here. Oh, darn it. I have it in one of my. Can somebody do me a huge favor? Because I'm going to get stressed out if I try to do that. On every one of my videos, I added them today. If anyone in this chat room can go to any of my prior videos, at at the bottom, um, there is the PayPal link. If anybody would be generous enough to go grab that and post it here, that would be very much appreciated. I'm just afraid if I try to do that, I mean, I suppose I'm being ridiculous. No, I'm not being ridiculous. I'll end up opening a tab and then I'll screw everything up. Um, so if anybody can do that, and then on that front, I think I've sort of finished with the thanks, Ozzy. I think I finished with the just sort of the sort of the intro. So tonight, what I'm going to talk about is conspiracy theories. As you know, I'm going to explain. We are going to cover and explain the difference between a conspiracy theory and an actual conspiracy, because they're different things, and a lot of people conflate them. Um, we're going to present some science and some of the logic of the conspiracy theory phenomenon. We're going to present some examples and the telltale signs of conspiracy theories. We're going to present to you some heuristics or mental shortcuts, if you want, to identify conspiracy theories, and hopefully some tests to even help you avoid falling for them. And I'm even at the end, and I hope I don't forget, I'm going to show you a perfect example of a conspiracy theorist true crime channel, although this community is littered with conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists. And maybe if you guys want, does anybody want to play the game during this live stream of trying to guess the YouTube true crime channel that I'm going to share at the end as a perfect example of a conspiracy theorist? I mean, just textbook Alex Jones, David Icke, just the really good stuff. Yeah, Dambala's already got it. I don't even need to, didn't even need to do the contest. Um, so, and we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll try. I sort of didn't prepare any. I didn't think about that, but we need to sort of. There's a way in which we. Yes, absolutely. Good one, guys. You guys are bright. I'm not surprised. There we go. But normally when we talk about conspiracy theories in the scientific skeptic world, in the science world, we're talking about really large scale, you know, government, with groups that are behind the scenes pulling our puppet strings. We're talking about international groups, globalists, the Illuminati, all these sorts of things. But there are plenty of conspiracy theorists and conspiracy theories that are propagating and omnipresent in our community. I mean, all the time. I mean, you can very much. I mean, nomadic trek, the Chris McDonough hypothesis is essentially was a conspiracy theory. Normally we talk about conspiracy theories in terms of large groups, but it's basically just sort of a belief that there is some hidden secret power somewhere that's pulling the strings, or pulling the wool over all of our eyes, and are these powerful actors that are sort of rubbing their handlebar mustache and plotting to get us somehow. And so there's a lot of that in this space. So maybe we'll try to address it. Maybe we'll just speak about it openly and try to figure out what what are the analogs in our community. So and then afterwards, so I'm gonna read to you a bit. I'm going to share some videos with you, and I'm going to sort of, before we get to the a bit of the more academic content, the more serious stuff. So let me just give you a general introduction. So as a scientific skeptic and a scientist, when we're talking about conspiracy theories, we're primarily discussing an individual psychological phenomenon as well as a group psychology phenomenon. And it requires an understanding and a literacy in things like evolutionary biology and a strong understanding of our cognitive biases, or said a different way, all of the ways that our brains trick us into believing things that are not necessarily true, or disbelieving things that may very well be true, or at least probable and improbable. So, and these days, I mean, even neuroscience has made a lot of advances. So, you even, knowledge of some of the research in neuroscience, truly understanding how the brain works at the physiological level, goes a long way at addressing some of the issues like conspiracy theories and other irrational human behavior, because there's a lot of it. So, in addition to science, then we need a whole nother skill set, which is basically philosophy. That's why I say when I teach science and philosophy, critical thinking and skepticism are philosophy. Logic is philosophy. Um, so, in addition to being scientifically literate, it helps to know your formal logic. It helps to know your logical fallacies, which basically help you identify things like flawed reasoning and poor arguments. And we even rely on things like statistics or probability theory to evaluate the likelihood that any particular truth claim, like a conspiracy theory, which is, after all, just a form of truth claim, um, we can use probability theory and statistics to help us try to figure out whether or not it's something which is plausible or not. And again, as I'm always referring to truth claims, when you're discussing truth claims, again, it's a burden of proof conversation, just like back to our presumption of innocence in a justice system. When someone makes a positive claim, if you want a justice system analog, when the prosecutors, when the state accuse someone of a crime, it's equivalent to making a truth claim about something. And where is the burden of proof? The burden of proof is on the prosecutor of a truth claim. In the case of the state, if it's prosecuting someone for a crime, their truth claim is that a particular individual is guilty of having committed a crime. And so you can think about that in the same way in formal logic and critical thinking and reason, where if you make a truth claim about how the universe is, the burden of proof is on you, just like if you're a prosecutor for the state. And the person who's engaging with you doesn't need to disprove you. They simply don't need to be, they're simply either convinced that you've made your case and that you've satisfied your burden of proof, in which case you've made a compelling case and the other person should accept it, or you haven't made your case, and the other person doesn't need to say anything except, sorry, you didn't convince me. There is no burden of proof on the person who's being presented with a claim. So conspiracy theories are just a truth claim. And so it's really important then to understand again this distinction between actual conspiracies, which happen, they're a real thing, nobody denies that, and the phenomenon of conspiracy theory ideation, or simply conspiracy theories, believing in things, big plots behind the scenes with actors with nefarious interests. It's a different thing than a conspiracy. And so we're going to try to, sort of tease out the differences between the two. So again, no one denies that actual conspiracies don't occur. But what a lot of people do when they're appealing to their conspiracy theories is that they use the argument that conspiracies are real, and then they basically mount a straw man against you and say, "Are you saying that conspiracies don't exist? Are you a conspiracy denialist?" Not at all. That's a complete straw man or a misrepresentation of your position. When someone makes a conspiracy theory claim and you simply don't believe that they've made their case with compelling reason and evidence, then that is not the same thing as saying that you don't believe that conspiracies actually exist, because they're different things. It's just simply that the person who has made the positive claim, in this case, the conspiracy theory, hasn't met their burden of proof. It's that simple. So when we're looking at conspiracy theories, um, or rather, let me start with actual conspiracy theories. The vast majority of actual conspiracies, which become, which are exposed, never had a conspiracy theory in advance before the conspiracy was exposed. That's one of the telltale signs. And there didn't tend to be a conspiracy theory in advance shared by, a large percentage of people in the society. And most conspiracies, actual conspiracies, are discovered and exposed by professionals, investigative journalists, law enforcement, or possibly tips from insiders, or people who can't keep a secret, and someone makes a tip to the cops, or someone who's an insider who simply spills the beans for 15 minutes of fame, or divulges a secret, when they're in bed in the throes of passion, and it gets out. Maybe it's for 15 minutes of fame, to write a book, to get on television, or maybe it's because they had a change of heart. Maybe they have come to experience regret because of something that they've done that's either illegal or unethical. um, and so actual conspiracies don't tend to get exposed by, hold on, now I need to change gears and see if I can do this. They don't tend to get exposed by, where are my pictures? Where are my pictures? Don't do this to me. Is that a picture? That doesn't look like a picture. Why isn't, that's odd. That should be working. Uh-oh. Can you guys see the video? Can you see the image? Because I only see a white screen. On my monitor, I see the image I'm trying to show, but on my screen, I do not see. I just see a white screen. Do you guys just see a white screen? You don't just see a white screen? You actually see the image, or white screen? Well, that's weird. I'm a bit worried what that means. That might mean that, let me share again and see if it works this time. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, for goodness gracious. Then let me just do it this way. Tinfoil hats. Tinfoil hats. Tinfoil hat pictures. This is the picture I wanted to show you. You guys all know it. Where is it? These guys. Can you see that? You guys all know this picture, right? What's the movie? The movie is what? Six Signs, or wasn't it a Bruce Willis movie? Yeah. Anyway, so I'm I'm having some fail problems. I hope it's not like a memory problem because that's going to be a pain in the butt. Let me try one more time just to see if I can get my images working. Window. Okay, there we go. Now you can see it, right? Oop, well, that's a little bit too big. Now we see, what is his name? River Phoenix. We saw his chin, 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 chin. So, okay, sorry about that, but conspiracy theories don't, actual conspiracies don't tend to be exposed by guys that look like this. They don't tend to get exposed by people in their living room with tinfoil hats. That's hopefully that's the point I'm trying to make. Sorry for my bad audio video skills here. So let me go back to R- Rivers, bro. Yeah, poor River. He died. That was a real shame. Okay, so let's go back. So the point that I'm trying to make is that in the vast majority, if not almost entirely, actual conspiracies don't exist. There were not conspiracy theories present in advance of the conspiracy being exposed. They were not shared by a large group of people. You know, they just tend to get exposed by professionals, investigative journalists, cops, and then by possibly insiders. And the same is then sort of the inverse for conspiracy theories. The overwhelming majority of conspiracy theories, if you study them across time, never pan out. They never tend to get converted into actual conspiracies that get exposed, where people get, criminally prosecuted or have their reputations destroyed. Now, that's not to say that there is no such thing as a conspiracy theory that existed, which turned out to be true. That has happened. But most of the big conspiracy theories um, just never pan out because one of the big elements of a conspiracy theory is a lack of evidence. Um, that's sort of the trademark of conspiracy theories, and how you can pretty much, be fairly confident that conspiracy theories are not real. Sometimes they're based on partial truths, and they're, some legitimate concerns that people have, but the actual claims that people make don't tend to pan out. So, it's just then very important, obviously, to be able to distinguish between a conspiracy theory and a conspiracy theory, which, if you're being scientific, it wouldn't even be called a theory. It would be called a hypothesis, a conspiracy hypothesis. Epstein, yeah, I mean, I would argue that, there was so much evidence against him in advance that I'm not even sure it ever really, I'm not sure I would even qualify it as a conspiracy theory. It was more just that he seemed to, have so much of financial and social clout that he just simply wasn't getting held to account. He wasn't being prosecuted. I mean, very few people that knew the stories, um, you know, had sort of any doubt that he was doing some very shady and very illegal stuff. So exactly, Ozzy. The point is that, if it's true, then there's facts and evidence, and you're not talking about a hypothesis anymore. Whether or not somebody gets prosecuted is sort of a different point. And then there's things like MK Ultra, legitimate conspiracies that have a conspiracy theory attached, but I'm not sure. Somebody maybe can check me here. I'm not sure that there was a substantial and important conspiracy theory in advance. of the MK Ultra being exposed. There's also often people talk about the Gulf of Tonkin, and if memory serves, it was something about sort of gunboats that ended up in a shooting battle, and I believe is sort of the argument for how I believe it was the Korean War got started. But that's often cited. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is often cited as a conspiracy theory, which turned out to be true. But I've actually, even on that case, I've done a lot of homework, and it looks actually like a failure of the channel of communication, where basically the low level gunnerships may have panicked under pressure, with two warring boats, basically bluffing each other, and somebody might have overreacted, and then there was sort of a failure of communication as to whether somebody was supposed to step down. Was it Vietnam, Vicky? Yeah, I guess it probably was Vietnam. In any case, I've sort of looked into it, and it looks like a chain of command failure more than necessarily, a planned event, which the conspiracy theory is that essentially it was sort of planned, and it was in order to provoke a war that somebody wanted, and they just needed the catalyst to be able to justify it. But I'm willing to be corrected on that. I was not really convinced that it truly was a actual conspiracy. But in any case, the points stand. Most conspiracies are not exposed by conspiracy theorists. They don't tend to have conspiracy theories in advance of them. And most conspiracy theories never actually pan out and become actual conspiracies. So that's just a really important point, and so that we don't conflate the two ideas. So then there's, at this point, then a very well established body of scientific research on the topic of conspiracy theory ideation, and we know more or less what some of its likely causes are, who is more susceptible to them, when we collectively are more susceptible to them. So, for example, right now, we're seeing a large rise in conspiracy theories, and we happen to be also going through a period of great change, a period of enhanced uncertainty and insecurity and distrust in institutions and each other. So it's sort of no surprise that we have a growth in conspiracy theories at this point in time. And this is something that is sort of constant across time. Insecurity causes a lot of mental instability in societies, and phenomena like conspiracy theories become very popular in uncertain times. And we know some other things about conspiracy theories. We know that in the individual psychology perspective, it's the the inclination towards conspiracy theories strongly correlates with a personal feeling of powerlessness, a sort of enhanced sense of helplessness in being able to control one's own destiny. And for some reason, conspiracy theories seem to sort of fill a vacuum or fill a gap in our insecurity. So we sort of have an answer, which makes us feel like we're in the know. We understand how the world works, so it sort of fills or satisfies an insecurity that some people have. And we know that people who are more inclined toward holding conspiracy theories, tend to hold not simply one or two, but very many conspiracy theories. And we know that conspiracy theorists are even capable of literally holding contradictory conspiracy theories at the same time. So, another cause of conspiracy theory proclivity is that we are evolved pattern matching animals. That's a great part of our cognition in terms of understanding how the world works, is the fact that we evolved to be a pattern matching animal. And conspiracy theories can be understood as a sort of, pattern matching cognition, which is in a state of overdrive, which then results in basically false pattern matching and a lot of false pattern matching. So people see patterns everywhere, and then make, sort of imagined links between disparate phenomena, and then they put them together and claim that it's part of one coherent phenomenon, when in fact this is just a lot of random noise, and that these are basically good examples of failed pattern matching, which humans are very susceptible to. There's definitely a lot of confirmation bias, Mamma Mia, no question. A lot of conspiracy theories already come from people, who believe that people are working behind the scenes. So then they go looking, to your point about confirmation bias. Then they go looking to connect the dots. And of course, if you're looking to confirm something, you'll likely find it if you're committed enough and you truly believe that there's a pattern. You'll go out and find the dots, and then you'll connect them, and you'll think that you're in the know and you've figured it all out. So certainly, confirmation is a part of the phenomenon, or closely related. And another very sort of simple explanation behind the attraction of conspiracy theories is that we know that humans, generally speaking, we prefer simple answers to complex ones, for no more reason than the fact that we have limited resources, we have limited energy. We eat to be able to continue to think and act in this world, and we have limited and finite cognitive resources. So thinking takes a lot of energy. Damn it, unfortunately. So we sort of evolved a lot of mental shortcuts to be able to survive, because thinking very hard and concentrating on a particular problem, amongst our ancestors could get you eaten by lunch. You didn't necessarily to get you eaten by a predator like a lion. You could have been lunch if you just sat there and tried to reflect and use your big frontal lobes to solve complex problems. So we developed a lot of mental shortcuts. That's essentially what cognitive biases are. They are evolved heuristics. They're evolved mental shortcuts to allow us to make speedy decisions when we're confronted with a whole host of complex decision making and problems. So and sometimes they work very well for us, but in many other cases they don't work very well for us. And so humans just simply have a tendency to prefer simple answers to complex ones in order to conserve finite and limited cognitive resources. And another rule, we tend to sort of prefer to let other people think for us if we can. Oh, I love pareidolia. I'm so impressed that you know the word pareidolia. If any of you don't, it's seeing faces sort of in everything because of our facial recognition software, which as a social animal was a very important part of our and a very central part of our the way that our brain processes information in our environment, because we needed to be able to quickly identify biology, and even more specifically to be able to identify other humans like ourselves, and to be able to recognize faces. There were a lot of social benefits from being able to memorize and remember faces and identify them quickly. And Dambala, do you know the more general phenomenon? So pareidolia is a subset of another larger phenomenon of seeing patterns in nature, not simply faces. This is a test, you guys. What is the more generic word for pareidolia? Pareidolia is faces specifically, and there's a more generic term. And okay, I'm going to give it to you. It's called apophenia, if you want to look it up. So pareidolia is simply the subset of apophenia, which is our tendency to see patterns in our environment. So, so I wanted to show you a quote, and I don't know why that's not showing me the quote. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to look it up on the internet because that seems to be working better for me. There's a really useful quote related to conspiracy theories. Bear with me for 1 second. And here we go. Let me see if I can share my Chrome tab. Uh-oh. That's taking a while. Um, Let me know if you guys can read this. Let me see if I can open the image in a new tab. So how do I do that? Okay, there we go. Can you guys see this quote? Not sure if it's big enough. Didn't somebody tell me I can make the screen larger? I thought I was able to. Can you guys read that quote? Otherwise, I'll read it for you. I'll just read it for you. The main thing that I learned about conspiracy theory is that conspiracy theorists believe in a conspiracy because that is more comforting. The truth of the world is that it is actually chaotic. The truth is that it is not the Illuminati or the Jewish banking conspiracy or the gray alien theory. The truth is far more frightening. Nobody is in control. The world is rudderless. And I think that that's a beautiful quote and really sort of speaks to part of the attraction of conspiracy theories, because if the world is truly rudderless, that's a very frightening sort of world to live in, that there's sort of no order and there's just a lot of chaos. So, um, to have to accept that there's nobody really driving the ship, can cause a lot of cognitive dissonance, a lot of mental discomfort. And so things like conspiracy theories give you the impression that not only are you in the know, but that there is an ordering principle behind our world. It's not simply chaos and 7 billion actors, just all interacting in a sort of large pool of noise. Um, so yeah, I find that quote quite salient. Um, so I think I'll Oh, and then just the last point to that then is that in addition to just humans sort of preferring simple answers to complex answers, there's another um, phenomenon, which is that the conspiracy theory is also sort of a super answer, which explains again to this point in terms of the quote, it explains all of the phenomena, and it quiets the confusion. It reduces the impression of chaos, and it also sort of satisfies our dissonance and our fear of the unknown. So there are a lot of sort of rational reasons, if you understand human biology and how we evolved, that things like conspiracy theories could be quite comforting, even if the conspiracy theory is that there are a bunch of bad guys that are pulling our puppet strings. At least you sort of know how the world works. So, that's sort of you know, a bit of a background. So I wanted to maybe just stop there. Hopefully, I didn't cover too much, or that wasn't too boring, because then I think after this we'll go to some reading and some videos. So I'm going to stop here and just kind of check the chat room and see if you guys have any questions so far. Was anything unclear? Did I do a poor job of presenting anything, or were the sort of arguments clear? The building blocks of life. are sort of a set rule, so it has to be limited and ordered to an orderly to an extent. Well, I mean, you obviously have the laws of physics. There is a order to the universe. I mean, if you knew all of the laws of physics, I mean, that's what Laplace's demon is, which is what I described to you the other night that my girlfriend might use as her, um, her logo, because the idea of Laplace's demon is that it's the omniscient brain that knows everything about the universe, and it knows where all of the particles are at one point in time in the universe, and it understands all of the laws of physics. So nothing would be uncertain or unknowable to such a brain. So in that context, if you had perfect knowledge, the world would appear quite well ordered, or at least in theory. That's the philosophy behind the idea. Do you guys want to ask me any questions, or you want to sort of move on? I'm fine to sort of take a break and hear what you have to say about all that. Cher did a live. She might need to hear this. She was on that crazy channel and, was on with a medium. And, I'm a scientific skeptic, guys. So sorry, I don't find that people who claim to have, telekinetic powers and epistemic access to the dead, or can read the future, or can throw out, tarot cards on the ground, or chicken bones, or do a little dance, or do an incantation, or claim to have, magical powers and gifts to be able to read the future or read minds, or have any powers of mind over matter. Um, I'm just, I'm not convinced. So you can sue me and you can try to convince me, of course, that my skepticism is too extreme. But as far as I'm concerned, they're charlatans and opportunists, at least some degree of them, who, try to, that we call them in the skeptic world grief vampires. We have plenty of them in this community, and not all of them call themselves mediums. But as a scientific skeptic, in my role as a consumer advocate, I try to protect people from, giving their money to mediums and, fortune tellers and astrologers. And, I mean, I'm sure plenty of them are not being dishonest. I'm sure some percentage of them actually believe they do have these gifts. But I think there's also a certain percentage of them that it's a living. They make their salary by our tendency to believe in the supernatural and in pseudoscience, and believe that there's some hidden magical stuff out there. It's been a persistent belief, since we began to believe that there's just this stuff out there, these magical powers. And there certainly is a lot of things left to be discovered, things that science doesn't yet know, phenomena that science may never know, even in principle. But none of that is an argument for someone's charlatan supernatural claims. That's just not the way the world works. You don't say, it's not the way logic works. You don't say, because we don't know everything, therefore what I believe is true. Or let me say it in the right way. Just because we don't know everything about the universe doesn't mean that your truth claim that you can read minds is true. That's not how logic works. If you claim that you can read minds, I can put you in a controlled experiment. We can do double blind testing. We can easily prove if you have any powers above random guessing. I mean, if you try to read minds in a controlled environment and you can't do better than flipping a coin on simple questions, then there's no reason for me to accept your, yeah, if you want to call it snake oil, or charlatanism, or some degree of them are frauds. And the people, who claim to speak with your dead relatives, people who are grieving and want nothing more than to believe that their dead loved ones are somewhere in the cosmos, and that they, they're thinking about you and that you could possibly speak to them. I mean, who wouldn't want that to be the case? And the fact that someone can make money, claiming that they can speak to your dead mother or father or child, seems, given that I'm pretty sure that it's not a thing, that seems pretty despicable. I mean, just morally reprehensible. And if I'm wrong, I will retract everything I've just said, and I will consider them to be a worthy, you know, valuable, useful um, profession. But until that day, sorry, you haven't met your burden of proof. There's no good reason for me to believe you. It's something that's easily tested uh, in the scientific method, and all these people come up with answers like, yeah, but I don't have the power all the time. Sometimes I have it. I can't really control it. And if you put me under pressure in a sort of laboratory setting, then it'll make me nervous, and then I'll lose my powers. I mean, how convenient. So somebody mentioned James Randi. He had $1 million prize. And he wasn't acting in good faith. He wanted nothing more than to be able to, uh, find out if any of these alleged magical powers and gifts were real. And there's been billions of dollars spent trying to prove, um, all sorts of supernatural powers. The military would love nothing more than to be able to have psychics and people that can move objects with their mind and read the future. I mean, do you realize how lucrative and powerful that would be if that were an actual thing? Do you not think that governments and tyrants and rich people would want access to those skills? So, I mean, if it's a real thing, you should wonder why, it's not obvious and well known. Why is the president's, you know, um, Secretary of State, his advisory council, why are they not all psychics? I would think that would be really useful in international diplomacy if you could read the minds of your military adversary. So yeah, so I guess then um I think I'll go. Maybe I'll move on. I wanted to before we get into sort of the conspiracy theories, because conspiracy theories really, as I said before, are just a sort of truth claim, and we're living in a world with a lot of bad truth claims, a lot of bad misinformation. So if you don't mind, if you'll indulge me, I want to read to you an essay that I wrote about 6 years ago now, um, which sort of was a sort of representation of my concern about sort of this growing post-truth era that I think we're very much in the midst of now, which seems to still be worsening. It doesn't seem to have peaked yet. So I'd like to read, just to get us started, an old essay, and I hope you find it interesting. So let me see if I can share it with you. Let's see. How do I do this again? Okay, I won't be able to look. Okay. So, can you guys see my essay? Why is that just a white screen? Oh, there it is. Can you guys see the essay? Give me a one. Oh, for Christ's sake. What's going on with my website? Tell me I don't have to call help desk. You're kidding me. Okay, good. Okay, you guys can see it. Okay, I'll just read it to you. I'll leave it up on screen. So, we live in an amazing time. Information has never been so available and abundant at any point in human history. Modern technology affords virtually every human being the ability to access a global database of human knowledge and information with only a few keystrokes and a cheap internet connection. We have the instantaneous capability to query, parse, and review all of recorded history. And with only one click of a button, we can consult legal and political deliberations and records, public company financial information, biographies, educational resources, and highly technical material, including the most cutting edge ideas and data in science and technology. In addition to access to a massive amount of information, we have the ability to create and contribute information and to interact in real time with virtually every other person on the planet, individually or all of them at once. In no more than a few seconds, and often for free, one can create a blog, an email account, a website, or a social media account. We can literally open up our own virtual publishing house and spread our ideas everywhere in a flash. No investment, no professional credentials, or any license is even required. This global phenomenon of increased access into the inner workings of our civilization and the democratization of ideas and information is incredibly powerful. It promises to change our entire civilization, and indeed, it already has. Never before in history has the individual ever been so empowered to scrutinize and monitor the activities of governments and private organizations, including the world's largest corporations, and to keep abreast of current events and human progress in real time. We are all now empowered to speak up, to promote the best of our ideas, technology, and values, and to speak out against the worst of them. This is an unprecedented platform from which to promote human rights, consumer advocacy, cooperation, and to exchange and share global knowledge to the betterment of our entire species. And you may be anticipating the but section of this essay, and we would hate to disappoint. So, what is the downside, you might ask? How could this in any way be negative or have potential hazards which we might wish to avoid or minimize? The most obvious downside for our civilization is the opportunity to both create and consume bad information. And bad information comes in many forms. There is well intended bad information, and there is malicious bad information, and everything in between. It seems that both have the same potential to cause great harm. And while the malicious variety might be more sinister, its innocent counterpart can still result in great harm. And we can further qualify this claim and argue that even bad information has a productive role and purpose, if for no other reason than to prompt people to practice their argumentation skills, to identify logical flaws and fallacies, and collectively benefit from discussion and interaction. And this is certainly true. Having bad ideas presented to you is a good opportunity to practice and exercise your critical thinking skills. But for the moment, let's leave the positive aspect of bad information aside and analyze its more malevolent big cousin. And here, crazy now available in Alex Jones flavor, or this guy behind his computer. I'm an expert on blank because I just read an article on the internet that is the only reliable source of information in the whole world on a subject that I know absolutely nothing about. So it seems that our challenge as a species is to focus a majority, or at least a disproportionate amount of our efforts towards the best of our ideas and to minimize the consequences of the worst among them. The disadvantage of everyone having an equal voice in this democratization of information creation and dissemination is that expertise and authority are diluted to the point that we do not place sufficient emphasis on or adequately project the best of our ideas in any particular field of inquiry. There is, again, however, an obvious benefit from challenging authority and allowing layman ideas to flow into the information channel. After all, this will only provide more food for thought for those who are the most qualified to assimilate this new information and to exploit it for our collective benefit. So, while conspiracy thinking and distrust of intellectualism, authority, and expertise is certainly not new to our civilization, it is becoming more and more prevalent as people consume and create larger and larger amounts of bad information. And I imagine the people in this room already know the famous Isaac Asimov quote: Anti intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. I love this quote because it's so indicative of this post truth era, or my thesis, the revenge of the layperson, or also what I refer to as runaway relativism. So, oops, uh-oh, take me back, country roads. So, the inclination toward conspiracy thinking and the closely related reduction in respect for expertise and authority, which results from this sort of overly cynical and borderline paranoid thinking, is dangerous and harmful to our civilization. In order to avoid any obvious straw man arguments at this point, this should be qualified further to state that it may not be entirely negative, as mentioned earlier, but the assertion is that it is a net negative for our world, and we should challenge the trend and the phenomenon itself. The world is becoming more and more specialized as science, technology, and human knowledge grow exponentially, and the need for specialized expertise will take on an ever increasing and important role. To illustrate this phenomenon, many of you may have heard of Ray Kurzweil, who's famous for the singularity hypothesis, where he speculated that by 1927 we would be able to digitize consciousness and upload it into an AI savvy machine. Um, and he's clearly wrong and very far off. But he's a futurist, a very well known futurist. And he did a study on Moore's Law, which is, you guys probably know, which is the rate of advancement in silicon technology in terms of computer processing. And the doubling of computer processing and storage, um, every, I think it was every 2 years, and then the cycle was shortening. And I think even Moore's law is starting to hit a wall, but I'm not sure. In any case, Ray Kurzweil had looked at other technology besides computer processing technology and silicone wafer technology, and found that he thinks that this Moore's law of technology sort of doubling in capacity every few years may be something that's ubiquitous across all of technology, maybe even something like a law of the universe, a sort of law of physics. And he's recognized that we now, that progress, certainly technological and scientific progress, is seems to follow an exponential path. So he makes the argument, based on a lot of evidence, that the rate of growth in our knowledge is such that if one were to possess all of human knowledge today at the current moment, your knowledge of all available human knowledge in 5 years time would only be half. So think about that. If you were the smartest person in the world and you knew everything there was to know, but in 5 years you would only know half, that means that essentially all of human knowledge collected to date will have doubled in only 5 years. So if you go back in time, it would have taken a lot longer than 5 years to double our knowledge. So this sort of exponential growth is a very um, sort of frightening reality if it's true. Because imagine how insecure we would be if we had come to learn about the world, and then every 5 years everything changes, or at least so much of it changes. I imagine that would cause a lot of insecurity for an animal that sort of longs for stability. and security. So it's a very interesting discussion, which may have some bearing on a lot of our, um, political divisiveness and a lot of insecurity in the world, because the world is just happens to be changing so fast that maybe the human mind can't keep up. So back to the article now. So there was a time in our not so distant past when a natural philosopher could be fairly well versed in all of the scientific disciplines, as well as even formal philosophy. And some of our greatest historical thinkers were members of this elite intellectual community. But those days are long gone. Now the sciences and academic world are shredded down to a level of detail which prohibits even a fellow scientist in the same domain family to be competent to contribute anything of meaning or value even in a subdomain. So if you're a specialist in biology, you may not even be able to communicate or understand another subdomain or another specialization in biology because things have become so specialized. And then the relevance of that is that we're going to need more and more specialists, and that ultimately, as this rate of technological advancement increases speed, it will leave laypersons even less capable of sort of keeping up with what's going on in science and technology. So, this is sort of the argument for why it's very important that we have specialists and that we recognize the skill set of having a very detailed expertise in any of the various fields that make up our society. So it seems then important to point out that we should not overstep our layman bounds in questions where expertise is required, and that we show a greater degree of intellectual humility and respect for our specialists. We need them. We know this already, and yet we so often forget. When we need to build a rocket ship to fly to Mars, or a satellite to deflect GPS signals to our phones, or simply need our computer fixed or washing machine repaired, we defer to an expert. We understand that on technical issues for which we do not have the prerequisite experience, practice, and formal expertise, we require and gratefully accept the assistance of an expert. Do we need to question this same logic when it applies to human health, dealing with environmental issues, or the safety of our food supply? Would we really support the idea of a pilot performing brain surgery or a brain surgeon taking the wheel of a supersonic jet? So, why, I ask you, do so many non experts and complete laypeople feel equipped to arrogantly and presumptuously assume that they know best for our civilization, even when it contradicts the best evidence and the consensus view of the world's experts? Short of very good reasons to challenge an expert consensus, it seems only rational and intellectually honest that we should err on the side of deferring to and accepting the advice of the world's subject matter experts. Conversely, we should be skeptical of anyone who claims to know better. So that was sort of a setup um, before we get to into the nitty gritty of conspiracy theories. And I hope you see the link, because I'm sort of touching on the problems of misinformation and this sort of relativism where now we've sort of elevated opinion to expertise. And in the context of conspiracy theories, when the science isn't on your side and the experts are on your side and the facts are not on your side, and you have essentially a layperson with an opinion that he knows how the universe works, he knows how the world works. There's a certain presumption and arrogance to assume that nobody has the answers to how the world works, except Joe the pizza guy. That sounds pretty presumptuous for Joe the pizza guy to think he's the only person on the planet who is in the know. So conspiracy thinking and conspiracy theorists can be quite arrogant and quite presumptuous. There's a certain specialness which comes from feeling that you're the special person, you're the one, you're the only one who knows, and all of us, of course, what we are, right? We're all sheeple. We're all the gullible dupes who, believe in the media, and we believe in science, and, we believe certain facts that are, easily corroborated and easily demonstrated. And, but we're all gullible sheep. And, Joe, the pizza guy, he understands how politics work. He knows who's in control of the world. He knows there's a group of 10 people behind the scenes that are making all of the decisions in the world. That everything is very ordered and constructed and calculated. And we are just all sheeple, reading books and becoming literate and trying to develop our critical thinking skills. We're just all a bunch of sheeple, easily manipulated and duped. So anyway, I think I'll stop and then I'll click over here. Do you guys have any questions about the essay I just read? Was it clear? Did it make sense to you? Straw manning, a very common fallacy. Thanks, Jen. I mean, I hope so. It was just sort of my original essay where I was trying to really point out, some of the problems with just sort of everyone thinking that, you know, it would be a great thing for everyone to have an equal voice just because they can open up a website, without any qualifications and then claim to, sell medical products without a medical license or any regulatory bodies, wondering whether or not they might be selling snake oil to someone and killing them, um, instead of them going to see a proper doctor and getting treated by our best science. So there are a lot of reasons to, be concerned about. This is back to my right to the platform sort of essays earlier. Thank you, Flor. That's very kind. I definitely will link the essay. And also, if ever you guys want, I mean, my website doesn't have too much content. Most of my original content is on my Facebook forum, but there's a rudimentary querying tool on my Facebook forum, which I can boast has 127,000 followers. I'm not like a small potato over there. I am a very small potato. I'm one of the small potato people on YouTube, but on Facebook, I'm well known in the science and skeptic community. In any case, you can always go over to the Facebook site. There is a querying tool at the top. Contact me if you can't find it, and you can use it. It's not very good, but you can type something like conspiracy theory or conspiracy, and you'll get a list of old posts. It's really, I don't even think it works like correctly, but it does work at least basically. And then you can also, if you'd like to read some of my original essays like this, you can type admin's corner in the query, and it should give you a whole list of a lot of my original content, my original essays over the years. I probably have hundreds, everything from, philosophy of science to moral philosophy to, you know, um, sort of deeper philosophical uh, topics, and all sorts of things. Pretty much everything you can imagine: free speech, the limitations of opinion, epistemology, ontology, all sorts of good stuff. Um, so I guess then I'll move on, and now we're going to get a bit more into sort of the academic side of. Okay, so let me show you one thing. I mean, I know you guys already know. Obviously, we could make jokes for hours about, you know, all of the good and wacky conspiracy theories. Window, which one? Yeah, here. So, you guys know the big conspiracy theories, but let's take a look. For example, this is actually an old poll from my science forum, and one of the issues that an argument I often see um, is that what's the harm? So, what's the harm in believing in the paranormal, the supernatural? What's the harm in alternative medicine? What's the harm in conspiracy theories? Well, there's actually a great resource that we often refer to, and I think it's the website is literally called what'stheharm.net, I believe. And it's a massive database which shows the absolute tangible harm from all sorts of irrational ideas. And it's grouped by all of the different sorts of, you know, beliefs that don't hold up under rational or scientific scrutiny, and then it's just massive amounts of case studies of people that were killed essentially because they held an irrational belief. They didn't believe in science, and so they had cancer, and it was a particular type of cancer that if they get it quickly enough, our modern treatments are have very high success rates, and people were drawn to sort of alternative medicine and or something like homeopathy, which is literally not even a thing. There's a lot of people think that homeopathy is natural medicine. It's not. Homeopathy is a particular type of pseudoscience, which is based on a completely untenable, unrealistic, and incoherent idea about like cures like, and taking a molecule and putting it in water, and then the more you dilute it, the more power it has, and you essentially get the essence of something. And really, when you actually the homeopathy that you buy is the equivalent to a molecule in the ocean of the active ingredient that it claims to have that will cure something. So a lot of people misunderstand what homeopathy is. Homeopathy is complete and utter nonsense, and it is part of the alternative medicine family, but it's not the same thing as natural medicine, like Chinese pseudoscience, Chinese medicine, and herbs and spices and all that. Homeopathy is something very different. So anyway, here is just sort of an old poll, just sort of so you can get an idea of the sort of subscription of a lot of sort of untenable positions. 37% of the population in 2014. I probably could have found a more recent survey on the topic now, but believe global warming is a hoax. That all of the world's scientists, all the massive body of scientific evidence, the every legitimate, prestigious scientific institution in the world, like the Royal Academy in the UK and the National Academy in the US, which is the elite scientists of the world, who there is almost no doubt left in this community that just the research continues to mount, and there are, you know, going towards zero um, legitimate studies that are taken seriously that are even making a dent in the overwhelming consensus. So that's how you know a consensus is is strong, is when there is a increasingly smaller amount of research which refutes the consensus. And a consensus works by the fact that over time there are just no conflicting studies. There are no conflicting hypotheses that better explain the phenomena. So that's a very high number for something that's so well established. 21% believe a UFO crashed in Roswell. 28% believe in a New World Order and a secret power elite. I'm a political scientist. I know what the New World Order meant. It was one of the most enlightened ideas ever in human history, and unfortunately, it failed because, in my humble opinion, the world would be a much better place if the New World Order had succeeded. So now it's just been thrown around and bastardized into this cheap tinfoil hat idea about bad people control pulling the strings and controlling a world government. There's no such thing as a world government. If you believe that there's a world government, you don't know anything about international law. 28% believe Saddam Hussein was involved in 9/11. 20% believe in a link between childhood vaccines and autism, which is based on one now long retracted study in the Lancet, which is a journal, and it's Andrew Wakefield, who had a vested interest in fudging a very poorly and small sampled study to prove that there was a link between vaccines and autism. He also was trying to release his own vaccine. He's a complete fraud. And to this day, a very high percentage of people believe that vaccines cause autism because of this one now retracted. He even lost his medical license for fraud, but that hasn't stopped. Yeah, phrenology is hilarious, Jen. Definitely a topic we've covered over the years. The moon landing was faked. 13% think Barack Obama is the Antichrist. 9%, the anti-fluoride crowd, people that don't understand how fluoride works, that there's already a certain amount of fluoride in natural water systems, and that basically, depending upon the water system, sometimes we even take away fluoride because it may be too present in the natural water system, and sometimes we add it. And it's considered by many to have been, one of the greatest scientific, um, you know, discoveries of the 20th century in terms of improving dental health across the planet, because one of the main reasons why our ancestors died was simple dental infection, cavities that led to infection. And before antibiotics and before fluoride, a lot of our ancestors died from just simple tooth decay and dental infection. So lizard people, I mean, that's always our favorite, right? The lizard people that come straight from David Icke. And by the way, QAnon, some subsets of QAnon have now adopted the David Icke, reptilian overlords into their whole convoluted and crazy belief system. Also, QAnon has moved into the anti-vax space, so they've also adopted anti-vax under the QAnon banner. Bigfoot, chemtrails, 15% that the medical industry invents diseases. There's obviously a very big one. Yeah, the Trilateral Commission, Club of Rome, Bilderberg Group, all of those are very popular. Um, well, they're not supranational governance. They're more like think tanks. They're more like cooperative think tanks. I mean, a world government, anybody that believes there's a world government doesn't understand anything about international law, because the most sacrosanct principle in international law is state sovereignty. That's why even the UN can't truly. The Bohemian Grove, Jen, absolutely. That's another one famous. The Zionists, absolutely. All these things are very common that I come across all the time. I mean, after 10 years of sort of debating, these common conspiracy theories and all sorts of other common anti-science beliefs, there's just certain things now that I just can't debate anymore. I won't debate a flat earther. I won't debate a vaccines cause autism person. I won't, debate a NWO, New World Order person. There's just certain things that they're just so far out of the realm of the reasonable that it's just there's no reason to waste your time. Um, so yeah, I mean, for example, the new world order or the world government. I mean, it just shows such an obvious lack of understanding of how the world works. I mean, even the UN, that a lot of people think is a world government, is not. It's a country club of nation states, of which each has national sovereignty, which reigns supreme above anything. And because the UN is handicapped by the fact that um, the teeth of the UN, the Security Council, that has the legal authority to actually use force and invade a nation state under certain circumstances, like unjustified aggression against another nation state member, or in the case of something like genocide. Um, the UN does have the authority to overturn, or they have the powers to supersede state sovereignty, but that power is vested in the Security Council, and the Security Council was set up with 5 permanent veto power holders seats, which represent the victors of World War II. And because of the big powers very often disagree for sort of geopolitical reasons, and especially during the Cold War, it's almost sort of impossible to get all of the 5 permanent seats to cooperate, which is a shame because it was sort of a failure in Yugoslavia, and a genocide occurred. Same thing with Rwanda and Somalia and East Timor, and there are a lot of examples where the UN should have been able to do the right thing, and simply there was no political will or agreement. So, I mean, that just completely refutes the idea that there's a world government. Um, America can do what it wants and sticks its tongue out at the UN, says, you don't know me, you can't tell me what to do, and basically every nation state does that. I think there would be a lot of advantages if we could cooperate. I think the ultimate goal is to have a world government which is legitimate, but we're probably centuries from that, and I fear that we might have to have a World War III before we could get a United Nations 2.0, which is probably what we need because the current United Nations has been so discredited by the big powers and sort of the failures in the past, that it just doesn't have the authority that it should have, which is a shame. So let me go show you one more of those. So here again are some of the most common coronavirus conspiracies. So now we're sort of up to date. So coronavirus, oh, people believe in miracle cures. So all these things that are unsupported scientifically that they believe, can cure COVID more than the vaccines. And people believe that the vaccines are all about the money, and they're hiding other cures, and so people are very susceptible to claims of alternative cures. That the virus is, again, more evidence of the New World Order or a deep state plot. They believe it's a Democratic Party hoax, which means that they believe that one party in one country in a very large planet with 7 billion people is responsible for a global pandemic. Good thinking. That Wuhan lab bioweapon. Now, to be fair, we do now know that we may have dismissed the idea that a Wuhan lab could have somehow um, been involved in the virus, but that's a very different claim from saying that it was actually engineered purposely by the Chinese government as a bioweapon for some nefarious end. There's a big difference between that and the possibility that possibly something escaped a lab completely innocently. And to this day, we still do not have anything even resembling definitive evidence. Just by straight probability, the odds are that this was probably a natural virus that just mutated from another virus, possibly passed from animals. That sort of, I think it's what's called the wet shops. I mean, there are, we don't know, and anyone who claims to know the origin of the virus, you get to sit back and say you have the burden of proof. If you're claiming it was a bioweapon, or you claim that the Chinese, released it on purpose, or it definitely the wet market. Thank you, Jen. Um, I couldn't find the word for some reason. Um, if you make the claim that the origin of this coronavirus, the burden of proof is on you. Show us the receipts. Put up the evidence. Show us. We all want to know. And if you don't know, maybe you should keep your mouth shut, because that's a really important thing to claim to know. Our lives have all been disrupted. The entire planet is in sort of, is on pause because of a virus. Now, if we look back at history, pandemics happen all the time. They're fairly ubiquitous across time, and they didn't all come from a bioweapon by a modern superpower. They just occur naturally in nature as a function of evolution. So, I mean, if you don't know how it started, the probability and the odds are that it started like every other one before it, by natural means, just by evolution and interaction between animals and viruses changing over time because of different environments. So what else do we got here? We got Bill Gates, of course. Bill Gates is, he's in your brain right now. He's got a chip in there, and he's watching you go to the bathroom and take a shower. This is all part of a plot to depopulate the planet for some reason that evades me, because I would think, if you're a big corporation or you're a billionaire, you probably want consumers to buy your stuff. And I mean, what fun is it to be a megalomaniacal lunatic when you don't even have any people because you've killed them? I mean, that's no fun. Don't you want to torture and rule over as many people as possible? I mean, what fun is it in killing them? 5G, anti-Semitism, always a favorite. Population control. Dr. Fauci, he did it. He's what were the experiments? What's the name? You guys, I need your help. Fauci was, that the conspiracy theory is that he was involved in a particular type of experiments, and I can't remember what the particular projects were. Maybe you guys will remind me. Anyway, whatever, pandemic. I was actually going to cover pandemic specifically because pandemic, gain of function. Thank you, Vicky. Gain of function. That's the one I was looking at. So often the gain of function research is sort of used to presume that Fauci somehow is literally behind it. I definitely know the Stanford experiment. So pandemic for any. Thank you also, Elston Gunn. Yes, Vicky caught it before gain of function stuff. Anyway, the other one is pandemic. I don't know how many of you were aware of pandemic, but it's a complete propaganda film, which claimed that the virus was whatever, a deep state plot, or it was somehow created by us and put out there just to control us, or something like that. Essentially, government conspiracy theory, and it was viewed just like an absurd amount of times. A good example of how dangerous the internet can be, because it just went viral and it was shared a gazillion times, and everybody that was nervous or not necessarily very scientifically illiterate or was distrustful or was susceptible to pseudoscience and didn't necessarily have the prerequisite skills in epidemiology and virology to know the difference between a propaganda film and an actual, sort of scientific documentary. Anyway, Plandemic did a ton of damage, and it's essentially just a propaganda film, a conspiracy theory. So now, unless you guys have any questions, I think we will go to. Uh-oh. I loaded these pages so that I didn't have to load them again. Come on. Come on, internet. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to play you a video which is called the Baloney Detection Kit. Now, I want to see all my smart people, and I want you to tell me who wrote the Baloney Detection Kit before I play it. Does anybody know who wrote the Baloney Detection Kit? McDonut. Because of the time lag, it's sort of hard to ask questions because you don't know if people don't know, or you don't know if it's just a time lag, and you sort of feel dumb sitting here waiting. Anyway, the baloney.
This is a real B&H customer service.
Ah,
Step Landis came to B&H to take her for
the baloney detection kit is from a book called The Demon Haunted World by Carl Sagan. who is sort of the first scientist to popularize a particular form of skepticism called scientific skepticism, which is what I am, or at least the school of thought that I promote as a skeptic. And you all know him from probably Cosmos, which has now been redone, and Neil deGrasse Tyson has taken the place of Carl. Carl was a great humanist, a great science communicator, possibly the best ever. Very inspirational, and he wrote a book called The Demon Haunted World, which I heavily recommend for anyone who wants sort of a good primer for critical thinking or a good primer for scientific skepticism. If you're curious, that's sort of always the go-to book that we all recommend if you just you're sort of unfamiliar with scientific skepticism and you'd like to find out what it's all about. And it's also completely valid critical thinking book. So I'm going to play a couple of videos, and I'm going to feature Michael Shermer twice. I don't know. I'm sure some of you know who Michael Shermer is. He's a psychologist, and Michael Shermer also is the founder of a magazine called Skeptic. He's a well-known scientific skeptic, and he's a scientist. And he's done a very good job. He's not necessarily the guy that has come up with ideas, but what he's done a good job of doing is consolidating sort of the best um, science of the day. So Shermer's never a very revolutionary fellow, but he's certainly a guy who puts together the best science and sort of makes the good cases for a host of particular scientific arguments. Certainly for scientific skepticism, he is sort of the king skeptic, I suppose you could say. His magazine Skeptic is very big. It was one of the earliest ones, and so he's going. I'm going to play a video for you where he um, reads the Baloney detection kit or describes the Baloney detection kit, which is a critical thinking manual, essentially, or a set of heuristics. And then eventually I'll probably also play another, I'll read something from you, read something to you from him where he basically extends the Baloney detection kit, which helps us evaluate truth claims. He extends that to make a sort of baloney detection kit for conspiracy theories, and it's called the conspiracy theory detector. So let me see if I can get the video working. And then give me again a one. I'm going to look in the chat room. Give me a one if you can hear the audio, and I will start right now.
Here's what $5 a month with Lemonade covers.
Okay, you guys say you can't hear it, and I thought we had done that before. So let me try again. Okay, I'm going to start it again. Tell me.
When we're growing up, we tend to be pretty
credulous. We just believe almost anything that people tell us, especially authorities and adults, and textbooks and politicians and television, YouTube, the internet. I mean, there's just this sort of sea of information coming at us. And how can you tell the difference between, it's right or it's wrong? How do you know? People believe weird things because our brains are wired up to find meaningful patterns. You think you see the face in the cloud or the face on Mars or the Virgin Mary in a grilled cheese sandwich or on the side of a window. Many patterns are real, and it's good to know what those patterns are, and that's called learning. We connect A to B, and often A really is connected to B. The problem is a lot of patterns are false. They're superstitious thinking. They aren't real. Well, I'm often asked when I give talks, why should we believe you skeptics? And my answer is, you shouldn't. You shouldn't believe anybody based on authority or whatever position they might have. You should check it out yourself. And we call this generally our baloney detection kit, sort of inspired by Carl Sagan's idea that there's a lot of baloney out there and we need a kit to detect it. That kit is called science, and that's what science does best. So the first of our baloney detection questions you should always ask when you hear somebody make a claim is, how reliable is the source of the claim? You do expect some errors to creep into data, of course, but the errors should be scattershot. They're random. This way, this way, this way, this way. The errors are here and there, and they kind of cancel each other out. If the errors are all in one direction, slanting toward a particular
Can you guys hear me now? Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. I'm back. Another complete crash. I lost the internet for a while. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why. Can you guys all hear me? So sorry. I have no idea where it stopped working. I don't know if you guys want me to start again. I'm just gonna sort of wait for your feedback. Again, I wish those things didn't happen. It's no fun to have technical difficulties. I mean, would you guys like me to just start it again, huh? Okay, I'll start it again, and let's hope the sound was like sort of okay, right? In any case, I'll put the subtitles on so you can. Okay, is everybody okay in the chat room? There's not a conflict that I need to intervene in, is there? Is everything okay? You guys still having fun? I need to, if Baloney takes two. Okay, I'm going to start it again, and please, I hope this works. Give me a one if it plays and you hear the sound.
When we're growing up, we tend to be pretty credulous. We just believe almost anything that people tell us, especially authorities and adults, and textbooks and politicians and television, YouTube, the internet. I mean, there's just this sort of sea of information coming at us. And how can you tell the difference between, it's right or it's wrong? How do you know? People believe we're things because our brains are wired up to find meaningful patterns. You think you see the face in the cloud or the face on Mars or the Virgin Mary in a grilled cheese sandwich or on the side of a window. Many patterns are real, and it's good to know what those patterns are, and that's called learning. We connect A to B, and often A really is connected to B. Problem is, a lot of patterns are false. They're superstitious thinking. They aren't real. I'm often asked when I give talks, why should we believe you skeptics? And my answer is, you shouldn't. You shouldn't believe anybody based on authority or whatever position they might have. You should check it out yourself. And we call this generally our baloney detection kit, sort of inspired by Carl Sagan's idea that there's a lot of baloney out there and we need a kit to detect it. That kit is called science, and that's what science does best. So the first of our baloney detection questions you should always ask when you hear somebody make a claim is, how reliable is the source of the claim? You do expect some errors to creep into data, of course, but the errors should be scattershot. They're random. This way, this way, this way, this way. The errors are here and there, and they kind of cancel each other out. If the errors are all in one direction, slanting toward a particular belief, then that makes us suspicious that there's something else going on. Like the global warming skeptics, for example, will often pick and choose data that always slants toward that particular belief, or their errors always slant toward skepticism about global warming. And that tells us there's something else going on there. So a second question to ask is, does the source often make similar type claims? For example, New Age people, the people that believe in spirituality and ghosts and haunted houses and UFOs and all this, they believe the whole thing. They tend to be more susceptible to magical thinking, or maybe they're heretics just for the sake of heresy. Rather than following the data to see if that is a heretical idea that's going to overturn the mainstream, maybe. Usually that doesn't happen, though. The point here is you want to have a mind open enough to accept radical new ideas, but not so open that your brains fall out. So the third point in our baloney detection kit is, have the claims been verified by somebody else? You make a bold claim, somebody else has to be able to go out and test it. So the classic case study on this in 1989, cold fusion claim, Pons and Fleischmann hold a press conference. They announce, look, we can produce fusion in a jar on a desktop. This will solve our energy crisis. This will be energy too cheap to meter. This will change the world. Everybody was all excited. The headline, front page news, the whole thing. Until people went out and tried to replicate their experiment, and nobody could do it. So that told us right away, okay, there's something else going on here. It's a byproduct or an artifact, a chemical reaction. It's something other than what they claimed it was. So when you make a claim, if you don't have the data that other people can then go to their labs and run the experiment just like you did, if they can't get the same results, there's something wrong there. And in science, we require that. So our fourth point in our baloney detection kit is to ask, does this really fit with the way the world works? When you get one of those emails about the Nigerian, inheritance of $20 million, if you'll just send your money to them and then they'll send you the big pile of money. Really, come on. Is that really the way the world works? I mean, a pile of money for nothing? Probably not. For example, in archaeology, we often hear about, the pyramids, the mystery of the pyramids. Who built the pyramids? The Egyptians built them. Oh no, they couldn't have built them, because wow, they're incredibly complex and so on. Well, it's just a pile of rocks, right? I mean, they had a lot of free time, a lot of cheap labor, never rains, centuries to build these big pile of rocks. Come on, it's not that complicated. But even if it were true that somebody else built the pyramid, say maybe 20,000 years ago, this is one theory. Maybe the lost continent of Atlantis and the Atlanteans came over there and built the pyramids. If that were true, when you do the archaeological dig, you should find the tools, the trash, the junk of the people who lived there, the houses where they lived, and that is what you find, dated at the time of the Egyptians. So if it was the aliens or the Atlanteans or whatever, you would find other artifacts to support that. So our fifth question you always want to ask, has anyone tried to falsify this or disprove the claim? In other words, it's one thing to pile up a bunch of evidence, go, look, I have this radical new idea. Here's my arguments in support of it. Okay, interesting. But what are the counter arguments? Have you thought about that? Have you thought, what else could be explaining this? Because if you don't do it, somebody else will, usually with great glee, in a published public forum. You really have to kind of think about what your critics would say, not because you care about your critics, but because they may find something you're not thinking. You got to think along those lines. Try to disprove your claim. Our sixth point in our baloney detection kit is to ask where the preponderance of evidence points to, this theory or some other theory. Anybody can make a claim and then pile up a few points in favor of it. The question is what about all the other evidence? Is it also leaning toward this, or is it leaning toward that other theory that you're trying to challenge? So at all times, like in the theory of evolution, for example, creationists will say, well, just, what about this one little thing here? Well, okay, maybe there's a few gaps or we can't explain this or that. But what about the 10,000 other pieces of evidence that are explained by the theory of evolution? How would you explain those with your other theory? In a way, science is a little bit like solving a crime. The guy never confesses, right? So you have to piece together the evidence that's available. And is it this guy or is it that guy or did this happen or that happen? And the way criminologists work is they try to kind of look at the massive data and go, you know what? It's all kind of pointing that guy did it. And let's see if we can build our case. And that's a little bit how scientists work. There is always other ideas. The question is, what's the one that the preponderance of evidence points to?
I'm Mel. I'm a fun, caring.
So our seventh point is to ask, are the people making the claim playing by the rules of science? That is, are they using the logic and reason and empirical evidence and testing and corroboration and so forth? Or are they just trying to make a case for their particular claim? Next, so for example, a nice case study is the difference between UFO proponents and the members of the SETI community, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. They both are interested in aliens, but there's a radical difference in the proponents and the members of the SETI community, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. They both are interested in aliens, but there's a radical difference in the two communities. The one community, the UFO people, they tend to not be scientists. They have no training in science. They don't do experiments. They're not trying to disprove their claim by looking for other explanations. And yet the SETI people, by contrast, they're looking for ways to disconfirm their idea. They're running experiments. They're testing their hypotheses. They're trained professional scientists. So even though they both have the same interests, there are aliens out there. They come at it at radically different perspectives. And that's why one is we call science, SETI, and the other one we call pseudoscience, ufology. So the eighth point in our baloney detection kit is to ask if the claimant is providing a positive evidence in favor of their theory or just denying evidence for the other theory. That is, it's one thing to compile a list of problems with the other guy's theory. You have to actually have positive evidence in favor of your contrary or heretical theory. So, for example, you often see the UFO people say, well, we don't, I'll ask them, where's the evidence? Where's the UFO? Where's the alien body? Well, they covered it up. They've hidden it. It's hidden in Area 51. They buried the bodies in Roswell. Or, they're at some Air Force base. Okay, that's just negative evidence. That's saying, I don't have positive evidence. All I can say is that they concealed the evidence. Okay, that doesn't count. I'm sorry. They'll often hold up like these government documents with big blocked out type and go, look at that. The fact that something is covered up for some national security and military reason, that doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial. There may be a terrestrial reason for that. So when Bigfoot people, they say, well, Bigfoot's out there. Okay, maybe, it could be a bipedal primate running around in Canada somewhere. Show me the body. Oh, well, the bodies, they hide and they're very secretive and there aren't that many of them and so on. Maybe, but look, you want to name a new species in biology, you got to give us a type specimen. An actual body that we can dissect and look at, you can look at, and I can look at, photograph, put it in the museum, take it to the lab, and so on. It's not enough to have negative evidence against the other theory. You got to have positive evidence in favor of your theory. So on our ninth question in the baloney detection kit is, does the new theory account for as many phenomena as the old theory? Anybody can find a few anomalies that the current prevailing theory doesn't seem to account for. In other words, in science, it's okay to say, I don't know, you have a few anomalies, a few mysteries, and so on. And but what pseudoscientists tend to do is they tend to take those few handful of mysteries and say, well, that's my whole new theory. In magazine, we always get these long single-space type manuscripts of the theory of everything. It always starts off, Newton was wrong, and Einstein was wrong, and Stephen Hawking is wrong. But I have worked out this new theory of physics that explains. But the question is, can this new theory explain all the other things that Newtonian gravity explains, and Einstein's global general relativity explains, and quantum physics explains? If they explain one little thing, that's really meaningless unless they can explain all the other stuff that's currently explained. So the 10th question we should always ask in our baloney detection kit is, do the personal beliefs and ideologies and worldview of the person making the claim, is that what's driving their research, or is it the other way around? In other words, science and everything else it's done by people, and people have biases. Confirmation bias, we look for and find confirmatory evidence for what we already believe, and we ignore the disconfirmatory evidence. This is a classic case. So, for example, we did a whole issue of Skeptic magazine on global warming, and I had a left-wing scientist and a right-wing scientist, and a scientist with no wings at all. And I mean, why would there be scientists with wings? Political leanings. Well, because they're people and they vote. And something like global warming, well, you can see by just listening to talk radio and so on, this is very ideologically driven, where people, say, well, if I'm pro-business, I have to be skeptical of global warming. Wait, how about just following the data? Shouldn't the data tell us whether the Earth is getting warmer or not? Well, it is. And shouldn't we be able to discern from the data whether the global warming is caused by human activity or not? Yes, we can, and it appears that it is. So what's all this politics stuff? Well, because we're people. So in science, at some point, you have to remove politics and ideology and say, what is the data? What the baloney detection kit does there with our little 10 questions is it helps us, when we encounter a claim, think about it in different ways. What you're going to find is that there's a range. Some are just obviously bogus. The Earth is flat. No, it's not. Round. The Earth is going around the sun, not vice versa. Yes, okay. There's things that we know for sure are true. Evolution happens to be one of those. Maybe global warming is sort of leaning toward that now, but it's taken a while. And there's other things like maybe some radical new theories about the cosmos, whether there's multiple universes out there. Well, that's sort of more in the uncertain range. And then there's things that are almost surely not true, like psychic telepathy, where I can read your mind, that sort of thing. Those are surely not true. So you get this range of probably true to probably not true. Science is the best tool ever devised for understanding how the world works. And everybody knows that because they all go to doctors. And if somebody's flying at 30,000 feet in a plane, they're not skeptical of math and engineering. They know this is the best design possible, and so on. So most of us, when we're playing with our iPods or we're using our Google search engine and we're on the internet and we're watching our high def television and so on. We love science. We know science works. Know the basis of it is sound and all that stuff. It only comes to a few things, like when it comes to what's the meaning of life, or where did we come from, what does it all mean, what's the future. There we start to think, well, maybe I should be skeptical of science. In fact, really, science is the best thing ever devised for understanding the world. We should love it.
Okay, so I'm back. I hope you guys all enjoyed that. I hope you can still hear me. Yeah. So I mean, Shermer's not the most eloquent of speakers, but he's trying to speak. He's in the role of a science communicator, so he's trying to speak, in a way that the layperson can understand. And we need more good science communicators who can, come out of their lab and take out their plastic pocket protectors, take off their lab coat, this sort of, stereotype of the nerdy scientist who, can't speak, the common language. And we need, charming, nice, likable science communicators who understand how to tell good stories and who can communicate very complex topics in a way that we all can understand. As I try to say, we're all ignorant to most things most of the time. It's impossible to be scientifically literate across the entire domain of science. So we need people. That's why someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson is so valuable, and how we might contrast someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson with someone like Richard Dawkins. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play something for you right now, which is a perfect example. I hadn't planned on it, but I'm going to play it for you because it's so apropos. So Richard Dawkins is often criticized for being this sort of old, privileged, schoolboy scientist who has made a massive, who has had a massive influence on in science, in particular evolutionary biology, and his book The Selfish Gene, which to this day is still sort of the Bible on our modern understanding of evolutionary biology. But he is known as being a bit awkward. He doesn't have, the greatest social skills. He's said a lot of things that are inappropriate. A lot of people don't like him. And then, you contrast that with someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's just, oozing with charm and charisma. I mean, he's about the most likable guy you can imagine. And so, that's why they gave the show Cosmos to Neil deGrasse Tyson, because almost nobody can. I mean, I love Dawkins too, Jen, but I totally recognize the reasons why he's probably not the most effective sort of public science communicator, because that's different than a public intellectual. Dawkins is certainly a public intellectual, but I wouldn't argue that he's the most effective science communicator. That's why someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson is so rare and so popular and so important. And we need thousands and thousands of people with the charisma, and the charm and the likability and the ability to speak in a very understandable language, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. We don't have enough of people like that. So to make that point, I want to show you one of my favorite video clips between. It was one of my favorite science conferences. If you guys ever have the chance, if you ever want to watch like a 16-hour scientific conference with sort of the world's experts in all of the various scientific domains, physicists and chemists and biologists and geneticists and neuroscientists and psychologists. I heavily recommend a science conference from about 2005. I think they had them for 2 years, 2005, 2006, called Beyond Belief, the Beyond Belief Conference. And it's, if you want to know sort of the cutting edge consensus views, or even some of the really revolutionary new ideas that are gaining a foothold in modern science, I heavily recommend it. And this is an excerpt from that show where they were all sort of keynote speakers, and then they would sit on a panel and have a Q&A with the audience, who are also all highly reputable scientists in each of their domains. And so there's a sort of a conflict, a sort of a fight, if you want, between two intellectuals, between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins. But it's just so, I mean, it's just such a salient moment, and sort of a illustration of how intellectuals fight. So let me see if I can find it. Richard Dawkins. I don't believe he's racist and transphobic, but I know that that's a fairly common belief. He certainly has made some awkward statements in Twitter, probably because he's not very socially media savvy, and then he had to, backtrack, and I don't believe that that's. I think he was taken out of context, but he's certainly not a big fan of sort of the progressive, quotes woke left, because he made some possibly ill-advised public comments. Richard Dawkins and who did I say? Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is a classic moment, and I think you're going to get a kick out of it because it's funny as hell. David Suzuki, yes, I know very much David Suzuki. He's done a lot of good work, but he's also made some very controversial claims. So depending upon the topic, I can either be a Suzuki fan or think he's not behaving like a very responsible scientist. Okay, I'm going to play this piece. So basically, they're on a panel. Here we see Sam Harris and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins, and you're going to see Neil deGrasse Tyson criticize Richard Dawkins, and see Richard Dawkins' response.
Dawkins, it'll be quick. I was in the back row as you spoke, and so I could see sort of the whole room as the words came out of your mouth, beautifully as they always do, and as articulately as they always do. And let me just say, your commentary had a sharpness of teeth that I had not even projected for you. It's more. This is my first time meeting him, and so I felt you more than I heard you, and I asked the question, and this gets back a little to what Francisco was getting at. You're a professor of the public understanding of science, not professor of delivering truth to the public, and these are two different exercises. One of them is you put the truth out there, and like you said, they either buy your book or they don't. Well, that's not being an educator. That's just putting it out there. Being an educator is not only getting the truth right, but there's got to be an act of persuasion in there as well. Persuasion isn't always, here's the facts, you're either an idiot or you're not. It's here are the facts, and here is a sensitivity to your state of mind, and it's the facts plus the sensitivity, when involved together, creates impact. And I worry that your methods and your how articulately barbed you can be ends up simply being ineffective, when you have much more power of influence than what is currently reflected in your output.
I gratefully accept the rebuke. Just one anecdote to show that I'm not the worst in this thing. A former and highly successful editor of New Scientist, and actually built up New Scientist to great new heights, was asked, "What is your philosophy at New Scientist?" He said, Our philosophy at New Scientist is this: science is interesting, and if you don't agree, you can fuck off.
So I hope you could hear that. I will say it again if you didn't understand it. Was that clear? I mean, I just think that's hilarious because it's, so many people think that, you know, scientists, are too cold or they're smug or they're condescending or they think they're better than the little people, the peons sort of thing. And so a lot of people are turned off by science because either they feel a bit intimidated or they feel just that, they're being talked down to. And, I completely get that. That's why someone like um, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just so important. Like I disagree with the way Neil does things sometimes, but I recognize it's because he's very careful and he chooses his words very carefully. And Dawkins is not like that. Dawkins speaks his mind, and sometimes he talks about science in a rather cold way, sort of without that sensitivity, and that to Neil's point might minimize or limit his effectiveness at communicating science to the general public. So anyway, it's just sort of a good contrast in terms of science communication. Hopefully, you appreciated that. So I think now the internet's really bad for some reason. I need to keep sort of refreshing the pages, even though I preloaded them all. Oh, I know what I wanted. I know what I needed to share with you. Oh, goodness, please. There's this page. There's this. Oh, good. Okay. So I don't have to refresh it. Okay. I'm going to share with you sort of the extension of the Sagan baloney detection kit, because the baloney detection kit from Sagan's book is sort of how to think scientifically about pseudoscience and anti-science arguments. It also applies, obviously, for things like conspiracy theories, and it sort of discusses some real fundamentals of the scientific method, things like repeatability. So, it can often happen in science that someone makes a study, and they make very strong claims that they've discovered something very interesting and something very important. And then when other scientists take their research and try to replicate it, they're not able to get the same results. And so, as Michael Shermer was describing, that's a big red flag. That means that there was probably a mistake in the methodology, or the data was wrong that somehow got through peer review or was published. And that's sort of why repeatability is such a fundamental in the scientific method. Um, and and so, for example, if you can run an experiment and then you publish your research, and then everybody else who follows exactly your methodology per your research documents, and they get the exact same results from completely different independent sources, that's a really good sign that you probably have good science here. They were able to replicate the experiment and the results. So replicability is a huge one, and then falsifiability is the other one. Now, normally in human speak, we often talk about disproving, and I'm often making the case that you don't have to disprove a claim, or disprove a negative. But at the end of the day, what science, one of the cornerstone fundamentals of what determines good science is whether or not the idea can be falsified, which comes down to disproving. So if somebody can clearly show, if there's no way to falsify your evidence, then that might be a sign that this is not very good science. And if there would be ways to falsify it to prove the sort of the that it's wrong, then that holds up as sort of a good litmus test um, for a good scientific hypothesis. So anyway, the other point that I would make is what a scientific skeptic does is it's a school of skepticism, and it's very different from the layperson word skeptic. So I'm skeptical. My socks are missing. One of my socks is missing from the dryer all the time, and I'm skeptical that that maybe this is elves or fairies coming to steal every second one of my socks. So we're skeptical in layman's terms, just by nature, and that's not the same thing as philosophical skepticism. And philosophical skepticism, as I described in my introduction video, is not the same thing as scientific skepticism. So Carl Sagan is a scientific skeptic. Michael Shermer is a scientific skeptic. I am a scientific skeptic. So when we say things like climate skeptics, from our position, from the scientist's perspective, they are not climate skeptics, they are climate denialists because the evidence is not on their side. So I am a skeptic, but I am against climate skeptics and vaccination skeptics because the evidence, tends to always be on the side of science and not on those who are have opposing positions on the best consensus science. So I now I'm going to read from another Michael Shermer article who basically took the Sagan sort of scientific litmus tests for how to evaluate pseudoscience and anti-science positions. And then Michael Shermer takes that argument a bit further and extends it to the conspiracy theory. So now we're going to get into essentially the heuristics or the way to evaluate conspiracy theories. And these are sort of the best, sort of questions to ask when you're confronted with what you believe to be a conspiracy theory, to test whether or not it holds up under just rational scrutiny, just on a first pass. So I'm going to read this article, and I'll attach all this stuff. This is called the Conspiracy Theory Detector: How to Tell the Difference Between True and False Conspiracy Theories. And as I mentioned before, I think it's important to distinguish not between true and false conspiracy theories, but between conspiracy and conspiracy theories. Because the argument is that essentially the vast majority of conspiracy theories are never true. They never pan out. So there's a difference between a conspiracy claim and a conspiracy theory. So let me just read it to you. This past September 23rd, a Canadian 9/11 truther, a very well-known conspiracy theory, confronted me after a talk I gave at the University of Lethbridge. He turned out to be a professor there who had one of his students filming the confrontation. By early the next morning, the video was online, complete with music, graphics, cutaways, and edits, apparently intended to make me appear deceptive. Search YouTube for Michael Shermer, Anthony J. Hall. You, sir, are not skeptical on that subject. You are gullible, Hall raged. We can see that the official conspiracy theory is discredited. It is very clear that the official story is a disgrace, and people who go along with it like you and who mix it in with this whole Martian alien thing is discrediting and a shame and a disgrace to the economy and to the university. Sick. Hall teaches globalization studies and believes that 9/11 is just one in a long line of conspiratorial actions by those in power to suppress liberties and control the world. Conspiracy theories are $1 a dozen. While in Calgary on that same trip, I met a politician who told me that he believes the fluoridation of water is the greatest scam ever perpetrated on the public. Others have regaled me for hours with their breathless tales of who really killed JFK, RFK, MLK, Jr., Jimmy Hoffa, and Princess Diana, along with the nefarious goings on the Federal Reserve, the New World Order, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, Yale University's secret society, Skull and Bones, the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Bilderberg Group, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and the learned elders of Zion. It would take Madison Square Garden to hold them all for a world domination meeting. Nevertheless, we cannot just dismiss all such theories out of hand because real conspiracies do sometimes happen. Instead, we should look for signs that indicate a conspiracy theory is likely to be untrue. The more that it manifests the following characteristics, the less probable the theory is grounded in reality. 1. Proof of the conspiracy supposedly emerges from a pattern of connecting the dots between events that need not be causally connected. When no evidence supports these connections, except the allegation of the conspiracy, or when the evidence fits equally well to other causal connections or just to randomness, the conspiracy theory is likely to be false. The agents behind the pattern of the conspiracy would need nearly superhuman power to pull it off. People are usually not nearly so powerful as we think they are. The conspiracy is complex, and its successful completion demands a large number of elements. 4. Similarly, the conspiracy involves large numbers of people who would all need to keep silent about their secrets. The more people involved, the less realistic it becomes. We know people have a hard time keeping secrets for long periods of time in large numbers. 5. The conspiracy encompasses a grand ambition for control over a nation, economy, or political system. If it suggests world domination, the theory is even less likely to be true. The conspiracy theory ratchets up from small events that might be true to much larger, much less probable events. The conspiracy theory assigns portentous, sinister meanings to what are most likely innocuous, insignificant events. 8. The theory tends to commingle facts and speculations without distinguishing between the two and without assigning degrees of probability or of factuality. 9. The theorist is indiscriminately suspicious of all government agencies or private groups, which suggests an inability to nuance differences between true and false conspiracies. 10. The conspiracy theorist refuses to consider alternative explanations, rejecting all disconfirming evidence and blatantly seeking only confirmatory evidence to support what he or she has a priori determined to be the truth. The fact that politicians sometimes lie or that corporations occasionally cheat does not mean that every event is the result of a tortuous conspiracy. Most of the time, stuff just happens, and our brains connect the dots into meaningful patterns. And I will add one little point to that, which is one of the followers here. I think it's a her. Her name is Hanlon, and she used to be called Occam, which is an intellectual razor, essentially the principle of parsimony. And we were talking one day, and I was explaining other intellectual razors, and she really liked Hanlon's razor. And so I'm going to explain Hanlon's razor in this context, which is essentially, if I remember correctly, never attribute malice to that which can be explained by incompetence or just stupidity. So when we're talking about conspiracy theories, people tend to believe that, these powers that be are perfect and they're so smart and they're so clever and they can pull off anything. But a lot of things that occur in the world can just be explained simply by incompetence, somebody not doing their job, people being sloppy, people being stupid, people making mistakes. A lot of real world problems, even in very big, powerful systems, can be explained not necessarily by a conspiracy, but rather just that somebody messed up. Happens all the time. So, I don't know if you guys want to ask some questions, and because I have about, if you want, I mean, depending how you're feeling, I have about two short videos, if you'd like, which are all about conspiracy theories, and from a guy who runs a very large critical thinking website called the Critical Thinker Academy. I actually know the guy. His name is Kevin Delaplante. He has a PhD, and he's made some of the great some great videos that very much inspired me on how to evaluate truth claims. And I think they're very informative for conspiracy theories. And if you'd like, I will certainly still play them. But if you'd like to take a break and ask some questions, we can do that too. How's everybody doing there? I'll wait a bit for the time lag. Everybody understand? Everybody up for maybe another half hour or so? Uh-oh, I hope it's not frozen. Doing good. I'm thinking of a question. Take your time, Lisa. I don't have any questions. You can play the videos. Doing good. Okay, then. I think I will then play these videos. This is sort of the culmination. I think it's probably the strongest sort of content I have tonight in terms of being able to help you really try to use your critical thinking skills and think from the perspective of a logician, from a formal logic perspective, as well as being able to employ your understanding of the scientific method and scientific principles. So I will start playing this video, and let me just give you. I actually know Kevin. I've interacted with him, and if you'd like to go over to his site, I'm sure he would be happy. I think he offers a whole series of critical thinking courses. I don't think he does YouTube anymore. So let me show you who he is and what his website is. So before I play the videos, this is Kevin de la Plante, very nice guy. He has, if you can see the URL at the top, it's from a website called criticalthinkeracademy.com. He's even sort of invented a whole new pedagogy, a whole new sort of curriculum for how to teach critical thinking. And he is the lead instructor there. And his background, he has an undergraduate degree in physics from Ottawa, and he has his PhD in philosophy. He's taught for 16 years in critical thinking, ethics, logic, and scientific reasoning, and the history and philosophy of science, including philosophy of physics. So I think his work has always very much resonated with me because I like to sort of combine the science and the logic. So I sort of consider myself a philosopher of science at this point, and I also do a lot of, I've taught a lot of moral philosophy, and moral philosophy is essentially what ethics is. So, combining the sort of the ethics, the philosophy, the logic, and then the scientific reasoning, I think is really a strong punch if you're good at thinking like a scientist, but you're also equipped in terms of your formal logic skills. So that's who he is. If you want to go over and give him a shout, I'm sure he'd be thrilled. Tell him I sent you. Well, you'd probably have to tell. Well, you'd have to tell him who my Facebook group is. He might not know who the scientific skeptic is, but he certainly would know who science, critical thinking, and skepticism is. So now we're going to play the video. Oh, don't tell me that I lost the video. Which one's the first one? Is this the first one? Come on, internet. Come on. Come on. Update the screen. Come on. Chug, chug, chug. Oh, that's part 2. Where's part 1? Oh, duh. I'm scrolled down. I'm so dumb. Duh. Okay. So I will play this, and hopefully I figured out how to do the sound, and hopefully you can hear it. And let's get started.
This is the Critical Thinker, episode 16. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in for another episode of the Critical Thinker podcast. the podcast dedicated to helping you understand what it means to be an independent critical thinker. I am your host, Kevin Delaplante. You can find show notes to the podcast episodes at www.criticalthinkeracademy.com, where I also host a membership site where you can subscribe and gain access to over 12 hours of video tutorials on various aspects of logic, argumentation, critical reasoning, and argumentative essay writing. On this episode of the podcast, I'll be introducing a topic that will occupy us for the next few episodes. In fact, we're going to be talking about critical thinking about conspiracies. Now, why do I want to stretch this topic over a few episodes? Am I obsessed with conspiracy theories? No. Here's the deal. As I was preparing for the episode, I realized there really was a lot of material that I wanted to cover. And I've also wanted to go back into doing shorter episodes that come up more frequently. I'm also trying to integrate the video podcast episodes into the tutorial courses that I offer on the Critical Thinker Academy site. And it's just easier to have shorter episodes organized around a single theme or a couple of themes. I also realized while writing the episodes that I'm actually using this as a case study to introduce some other important critical thinking concepts, like the concept of falsifiability and some other interesting cognitive biases. And I don't want all of this to get lost in a 1-hour episode that'll be a chore to sit through. So these are the reasons for splitting up the topic into several shorter episodes. In this episode, I'm going to start off with a basic introduction to the topic. What is a conspiracy theory? And why is the topic interesting from a critical thinking standpoint? Okay, what is a conspiracy theory? Well, in a nutshell, a conspiracy theory is a theory that purports to explain an historical event or a series of historical events by appealing to a conspiracy of some kind. So, what's a conspiracy? Well, minimally, to have a conspiracy, you need to have a group of people. You can't conspire all by yourself. And that group of people makes plans and acts in secrecy, hidden from public view. Secrecy is an essential feature of conspiracies. Now, by this definition, there doesn't have to be anything sinister to make something a conspiracy. In this definition, when we plan a surprise birthday party for a friend, we're engaged in conspiracy. When we work at keeping the magic of Santa Claus alive for our kids, we're actively promoting and maintaining a conspiracy. But in the sense in which the term conspiracy theory is normally used in political contexts, there's an assumption that the conspirators have sinister or at least objectionable aims of some kind, to engineer events and control public perception, to acquire money and power and influence, and so on. It's probably a mistake to build this into the definition of a conspiracy, but in the cases that we'll be looking at, the label conspiracy usually comes with a normative judgment. There's something objectionable about the aims of the conspirators. Also, conspiracy explanation of some historical event is usually contrasted with other explanations that have official status at the time and place in question. For example, the official explanation of the collapse of the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center on 9/11, is that it was a result of a surprise attack involving 2 hijacked planes that were flown into the towers. 9/11 conspiracy theories challenge this official story. The most popular claim is that the US government knew about the planned attacks and let them happen, and that the government may even have helped engineer the collapse by rigging the buildings with explosives to ensure that they fell when the planes hit them. So you've got the official explanation, and you've got an alternative explanation, which involves a conspiracy among various parties, including the US government, to stage the event, and a conspiracy to cover up the government's involvement in the event. This gives a nice example of the kinds of theories that we're talking about. Another good example is the moon landing conspiracy theories, which claim that the first moon landings were faked. The idea is that during the 1960s, the US was in a race with the Soviet Union to develop space technology, be the first to land on the moon. The moon landing turned out to be impossible. It was technologically too challenging. The political cost of its failure was perceived as too high, so the government, or NASA, or both, decided to fake the 1969 moon landing on a soundstage. The rocket was launched, but it re-entered the atmosphere soon after the launch and was ditched in the ocean. Actual moon landing pictures and video were faked in a studio. Now, the argument that conspiracy theorists make is that there are lots of anomalies in the photographs and videos that are hard to explain. They were actually taken on the moon, where there's no atmosphere and only one dominant light source, but could easily be explained if they'd been shot on the soundstage. So once again, we've got an official version of the story, and we've got an alternative version of the story that invokes a conspiracy. Now, conspiracy theories come in different scales, depending on the size and extent of the conspiracy, both in space and in time. Moon landing hoax conspiracy is fairly narrow in scope since it's targeted at a specific historical event. But the conspiracy to cover up the hoax would necessarily have a long reach in time, getting on now close to 45 years since the event in question. But this is still small compared to what are sometimes called global or grand conspiracy theories. Global conspiracies involve conspiracies among agents and institutions that stretch across the globe and that have influence in almost all aspects of modern life: governments, media, multinational corporations, religious institutions, and so on. In terms of timescales, they can extend over decades or centuries or even millennia. Now, among global conspiracy theories, the most prominent are so called New World Order theories. Now, this term doesn't pick out a single theory, it's really an umbrella term for a bunch of different theories that share a set of core beliefs. The basic core belief is that there exists a secretive power elite that is conspiring to eventually rule the world through a single world government that will replace sovereign nation states. This group operates in secret, but has enormous influence through a wide network of public internationalist organizations that themselves have ties to the higher level organization. Now, among conspiracy theorists, the list of front groups and institutions changes depending on who you ask. But the names of institutions that you commonly hear include the US Federal Reserve, the League of Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the UN, the World Health Organization, the European Union, the World Trade Organization, and so on. The agendas of these international institutions are established in secret meetings associated with elite figures and international power brokers, like the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, and so on. Because these institutions have so much power and influence, New World Order theorists are disposed to see almost all of the major geopolitical events of the 20th to 21st century, including all the major wars, as the product of an orchestrated plan to eventually bring about a single world government that, while publicly espousing ideals of international citizenship and global community, would in fact exert a totalitarian control that strips away individual liberties. Now, these kinds of New World Order theories are popular among certain libertarian and conservative Christian groups, also increasingly popular among New Age thinkers on both the far right and the far left. These groups vary in their views of the actual identities and ultimate motivations of the secret elite. Structurally, they have a lot in common. Okay, this gives us some idea of what we're talking about when we talk about conspiracy theories. People agree the topic is fascinating in its own right. Why is this topic interesting from a critical thinking perspective? Well, I think there are some obvious reasons why they're interesting and some not so obvious reasons. Obvious reason number one: belief in conspiracy theories of one form or another is very widespread among the general public and has become increasingly so over the past 20 years. Surveys indicate, for example, that a sizable minority of the general population believe that George Bush and or the CIA knew about the September 11 attacks in advance, but intentionally did nothing to prevent them. While a smaller, but still not insignificant proportion believes the US government actually had a hand in orchestrating the attacks, with the express intent of using the attacks as a pretext for launching a global war on terror and justifying military incursions into the Middle East. So the widespread belief in conspiracies of one form or another is an interesting phenomenon by itself. The natural question to ask is, are there good reasons to believe any of these conspiracy theories? What attitude should we as critical thinkers have toward these theories? This leads to obvious reason number two. Among philosophers, and indeed I think most mainstream academics, the most common attitude is a default skepticism about conspiracy theories of this sort. Among professional skeptics who advocate for scientific rationality, it's mostly taken for granted that belief in conspiracies is unjustified and irrational. Not all conspiracies, obviously, but the big conspiracies like the moon hoax or the intentional demolition of the Twin Towers by the US government, or global conspiracy theories that posit a small secret elite is engineering world events, these are viewed by most academics, not all, but most, as fundamentally implausible, if not outright delusional. Now, if this is right, then a question to ask is, how exactly is this default skepticism justified? Are there good reasons to adopt this view? Well, one of the things I'm going to do in the episodes to come is to run through what I take to be the main arguments for default skepticism about conspiracy theories. I'll leave it to you listeners to decide whether you think they're good arguments. Now, there's another reason why conspiracy theories are interesting from a critical thinking perspective. This one not so obvious. It has to do with the attitude that conspiracy theorists have toward critical thinking itself. And I find it both ironic and absolutely fascinating. It turns out that Many people who endorse conspiracy theories are also passionate advocates for critical thinking education. They promote the teaching of logic and argumentation skills. They want us to understand informal fallacies and the difference between justified and unjustified beliefs. I know this because I receive emails from people on both the right and the left who say they're admirers of the podcast. They love what I'm doing. They want to spread the word about the importance of critical thinking and who follow up with, oh, by the way, have you looked at this website? I think you might find it interesting. And the website they refer me to is associated with some socio-political movement that is predicated on a conspiracy theory of some kind. And it turns out, for some of these groups, the more global and all encompassing the positive conspiracy is, the more importance they place on logic and critical thinking skills. And what's fascinating, and like I said, ironic, is that this runs exactly counter to what, for lack of a better term, I'll call the establishment view of conspiracies and critical thinking, which is that the more global and all encompassing the conspiracy is, the less plausible it is, and the more irrational it is to believe it. Now, let me just pause and elaborate a bit about this last point, because I think I understand what's going on in the minds of conspiracy theorists, and I think it's interesting. For a conspiracy theorist to identify a conspiracy, you need to be able to see beyond and behind the official story, which by hypothesis will be a misrepresentation of reality, a tissue of facts, half truths, and outright deceptions that is designed to hide the truth. Being past the lies and deceptions requires the ability to identify inconsistencies in the official story, follow sometimes long chains of inferences, and identify fallacies and techniques of intentional deception. Hence, identifying a conspiracy, seeing it for what it is an act of successful critical thinking. That's the way conspiracy theorists see it. And the more broad and encompassing the conspiracy, the greater the challenge for critical thinking, requiring even more vigilance and more rigor in our thinking. Now, what makes the identification of conspiracies even harder still, and I've learned that this is a widely shared view, especially among New World Order theorists, is that one of the techniques that the powerful elite have used to maintain control is by a deliberate program of dumbing down the general public, suppressing the development of critical thinking capacities among the unwashed masses. They'll point to the distractions of Hollywood, of professional sports, of music and video games as tools for keeping us distracted and entertained. They'll point to the systematic elimination of critical thinking education from the public school curriculum. For example, classical liberal arts education used to be structured around three core disciplines that constituted what was called the trivium, which included grammar, logic, and rhetoric. This core was part of a basic instruction in how to think, how to learn, and how to communicate one's understanding of a given subject matter. Now, this material isn't generally taught in public schools anymore, and they'll ask, why not? Here's why not, they'll say. The purposes of public schooling have been subordinated to the purposes of the elite ruling classes, which require citizens who are conformist, dependent on external guidance and direction, intellectually incurious, and controlled. We can't have the unwashed masses going around thinking for themselves and criticizing the status quo. That's not part of the elite game plan. So, critical thinking education for the general public becomes important on this view because its suppression has been instrumental in maintaining and perpetuating the conspiracy. So, it follows then that if the goal is to unmask the conspiracy, free people's minds to see reality as it truly is, then we need to promote critical thinking skills and make critical thinking resources more available to the general public. That, in a nutshell, is why so many conspiracy proponents are also strong advocates of critical thinking education. You can see why someone in my position would find this view both attractive and ironic at the same time. It's a very romantic vision of the critical thinker as an anti-establishment culture warrior whose special knowledge and skills can help us to see behind the veil of appearances, free our minds, and begin to live a life outside the matrix, as it were. I love this. It makes me feel like Morpheus. And yet, at the same time, my skeptic friends view these sorts of grand conspiracy theories as classic examples of irrational and misguided belief. They see a call for critical thinking education from these people as bizarrely ironic as astrologers or flat earthers advocating for better science education in the public schools. Okay, that wraps up my introduction to this topic. I hope I've convinced you to stick around for the next few episodes where we'll take a closer look at some of the more common arguments for default skepticism about conspiracy theories. Let me also say that I will have a few critical things to say about these arguments. So hold off on your judgment about my own views until we're finished this series. I invite you all to visit the Academy site at www.criticalthinkeracademy.com to leave comments and see the show notes for this episode. You can check out the offerings in the Academy and register for our free monthly newsletter too. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time. This is the Critical Thinker episode 10. Greetings, everyone. This is the Critical Thinker podcast, the podcast dedicated to exploring what it means to be an independent critical thinker. I am your host, Kevin Delaplante. For first-time listeners and viewers, there are a few different ways you can access this episode and earlier episodes. You can subscribe to the podcast on iTunes. Just search for Critical Thinker in the search bar, and you'll find two podcast shows that look very similar, but one version is audio only, and one version includes video. You can also view the video versions of the podcast on YouTube. Just search for my YouTube channel called Philosophy Freak, all one word, and all the podcast episodes are in a playlist in that YouTube channel, along with 30 or so other videos. While you're there, you might as well subscribe to the channel so you get updates whenever any new video is posted to the channel. And finally, you can visit the website where the podcast episodes are hosted, www.criticalthinkeracademy.com. Most of the comments I get on podcast videos are on YouTube, so if you're curious to see what other people are saying about an episode, I'd recommend visiting there. From now on, I'm going to include a link to the YouTube version in the show notes. But one of the advantages of checking out the episode posts on criticalthinkeracademy.com is that you get access to the podcast show notes, which usually include references and links to resources mentioned in the episode or that are relevant to the episode. And while you're there, you can sign up for the Critical Thinker Academy newsletter, which will keep you informed where I share posts and updates. Just search for Critical Thinker Academy in Facebook. All right, where were we? Oh, right, we were talking about critical thinking about conspiracies. Last episode, episode 16, I gave an introduction to conspiracies and conspiracy theories. I talked about why these are interesting from a critical thinking perspective. This episode, we're going to start looking at arguments that urge us to be cautious about conspiracy theories, or at least big, large-scale conspiracy theories. If you haven't listened or watched episode 16, I recommend doing that, but before watching this episode. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll see a link on the screen right now that will take you to episode 16. Now,
introducing SpeechAlone, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey.
Now, before we begin, let me just remind you about what we're aiming for here. My goal isn't to tell anyone what they should believe about any particular conspiracy theory. That would run counter to the whole point of this show, which is to encourage people to think for themselves and take responsibility for their own beliefs and values. It's safe to assume that some conspiracy theories are true and some are false, but I'm not an expert on any of these theories. I don't have the background to assess the full body of evidence pro and con for any particular theory, nor am I interested in doing that. The only expertise I have on these questions, and the only expertise I'm sharing with you in these podcasts, is how various principles of critical thinking and the psychology of belief and judgment bear on the topic at a very general level. What I can tell you is how the subject of belief in conspiracy theories is standardly taught and discussed in critical thinking textbooks and the related philosophical and psychological literature. But I'm not interested in adjudicating any particular conspiracy hypothesis. That's not what we're trying to do here. Okay, let's remind ourselves where we left off last episode. I was saying that among so-called professional skeptics, figures associated with the skeptical movement that encourages scientific rationality and secular values, especially in the public square, there's an attitude toward conspiracy hypotheses that is widely shared that I call default skepticism. Default skepticism about conspiracy theories is the view that there's something about conspiracy hypotheses. And the stance can be summed up like this. The grander the conspiracy that is required, the less likely it is. But it's some function of the size and scope and depth of the conspiracy. How many people are involved and are required or forced to keep quiet? How long they have to keep quiet? And how many layers of social and institutional structure are implicated? So a conspiracy among, say, the members of a political party to leak negative information about an opposition candidate might involve only a small number of people at a particular level of organization. That's a conspiracy, but it's not a particularly grand conspiracy. By contrast, a conspiracy among pharmaceutical companies to hide the cure for cancer for the past 25 years, or a conspiracy among government and law enforcement officials to hide the existence of a crashed alien spacecraft in Area 51 for the past 60 years. These are much grander theories. Default skepticism would tell us that these grander theories are intrinsically less plausible, less likely to be true than the smaller scale theories. In some ways, you can view this stance as a particular instance of a slogan that Carl Sagan popularized. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Default skepticism about conspiracy hypotheses is motivated by the belief that there's something extraordinary about these hypotheses that scales with the grandness of the conspiracy. But of course, it's not an argument to just say that conspiracy hypotheses are by their nature implausible. We want to understand what it is about conspiracy hypotheses that would justify this judgment. And in particular, the judgment that the grander the hypothesis, the more extraordinary the claim is, and consequently, the less likely it is to be true. What reasons do skeptics give to support this conclusion? Well, that's precisely the topic of this episode. I'm going to try to unpack this one aspect of the skeptical stance, to identify what it is that they take to be extraordinary about conspiracy hypotheses. The aspect of conspiracy theories that I want to highlight is best illustrated by talking through an example that most people are already inclined to disbelieve: the moon landing hoax. Jesse Ventura is generally sympathetic to conspiracy theories. He covered the topic on his conspiracy theory television show, and even he made a point of distancing himself from the idea that NASA and the US government faked the moon landing on a soundstage. Of course, there are lots of parts of the moon hoax story that are plausible. It's plausible that NASA didn't have the time or technological ability to fulfill John F. Kennedy's promise that he made in a speech in 1961 to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that everyone understood that it was a serious technological challenge, and it was reasonable to doubt whether it would or could succeed in this time frame. Also, it's plausible that the video of astronauts on the moon could be reproduced on a soundstage. That's the least implausible part of the theory, in my opinion. And there's no doubt that NASA felt enormous pressure to pull this off, given the state of the Cold War with the Soviet Union and the political costs of either failed mission or the Soviets getting there first. And given all this, it's also very plausible that the idea of faking the missions would have crossed somebody's mind at some point in the process. It would be a very natural thought to have under the circumstances, I would think. These are the plausible aspects of the moon hoax theory. But what we're interested in is what skeptics regard as the implausible aspects of the theory. To get at these, let's shift gears and consider what would have to be true if the theory is right and the landings were faked, and the conspiracy not only to fake the landings, but to keep it secret from the general public was in fact successfully maintained for over 40 years up to the present day. Well, you'd need everyone directly involved in the conspiracy to agree to keep their mouths shut. Not just the top players in NASA and the US government, but all the subordinates, the engineers, the scientists, the crew, the staff, everyone. You also need everyone who is indirectly involved, who was implicated in the cover-up in some way, but not directly aware that a cover-up was going on. You need all these people to remain in the dark or to keep silent if they came to know about it. Now let's think for a moment about human nature. Isn't it likely that at least some of the people directly involved would be anxious and conflicted about what was going on? The urge to tell someone would be strong, wouldn't it? In at least some people? Would it be likely that some of these people would feel compelled to confide in their spouses or friends? But if so, those spouses and friends would also have to have kept their mouths shut. Wouldn't there also be a strong urge among at least some of these people, either directly or indirectly involved, to blow the whistle on this? If this story broke and it was confirmed, there's no doubt it would have been the story of the decade, if not the century. Whoever broke it would be world famous overnight. On the outside, journalists who suspected a hoax or cover-up would have an enormous incentive to pursue this story. It would catapult them to fame as well. Think of Woodward and Bernstein, who became household names after they broke the Watergate scandal. So there's psychological and financial incentives from both sides to break this story. People on the inside and people on the outside. Now, with these plausible background assumptions in mind, I want us to think about the psychology of the high-level officials who would have authorized and orchestrated the conspiracy. Let's assume that they did in fact come to the conclusion that an actual moon landing was impossible or would fail. Imagine them beforehand, deliberating over whether to fake the landing or find some other way to call off or postpone the mission. Sure, there would be a political cost to admitting that the US couldn't do it on the schedule that they had promised. But think for for a minute about the political cost of the world coming to know that the US had faked the landing. The political fallout from that disclosure would be many orders of magnitude worse. It's not a stretch to imagine that this would be the end of NASA and the end of the government administration that authorized the hoax. It would have a devastating impact not only on international perception and confidence in the United States, but also on the confidence of the American people in their own government. According to the moon hoax conspiracy theory, we're required to imagine that the officials who authorized this came to the conclusion that the benefits of this course of action outweighed the potential risks. Now, if we're right about our basic background assumptions, this could only be a rational choice if they also judged the risk of the conspiracy failing to be small, extraordinarily small. It would need enormous confidence that this information could be almost hermetically contained and controlled. But what reason do we have to think that information can be controlled in this way? That people can be controlled in this way? And here now is the core premise underlying default skepticism. This is the way the skeptic sees things. If anything, all evidence seems to point in the other direction. Information is intrinsically difficult to control. Indirect effects and unintended consequences are the norm in complex social systems, not the exception. Unpredictable information leaks are themselves common and predictable. That's why governments and corporations have special offices dedicated to public relations and spin control. These are predicated on the assumption that information leaks are inevitable and they need to be prepared to adaptively respond to those leaks. Now, what's the conspiracy theorists' response to this? Their response is that we're deeply mistaken about all of this. This skeptical stance radically underestimates the ability of the powers that be to control the flow of information and the beliefs and decisions of human beings. The skeptic's response is that we have no evidence that this level of control is even possible, and indeed plenty of evidence from psychology, from sociology, from history, that it's not possible. This is the central premise that underwrites default skepticism about conspiracy theories. It's the claim that conspiracy theories, of this scale at least, require a belief in almost magical powers of information control and psychological manipulation, powers that we have no reason to think are possible, given what we know about human society and human nature. This is why skeptics think that one's degree of skepticism should scale with the size and extent of the conspiracy. With smaller scale conspiracies, it's comparatively more plausible to believe that the conspiracy could be successful, but the probability of success drops dramatically as the size and scope and depth of the conspiracy grows. This isn't the end of the story, of course. Conspiracy theorists, or at least the more thoughtful ones, are well aware of this objection. As I said, the common response of conspiracy theorists to this line of reasoning is to challenge the central premise directly. They'll say that the levels of information regulation and psychological control that are required for grand conspiracies to be successful are indeed possible. And not just possible. This is a key component that you see in every grand conspiracy theory, the claim that there exist various methods of persuasion and mind control that elite powers have at their disposal, and that these methods of mind control, coupled with carefully organized campaigns of disinformation and distraction, are the means by which grand conspiracies are successfully implemented and maintained. Well, we've run out of time for this episode. In the next episode, I'll follow up on this response and explore how the debate over the plausibility of conspiracy theories changes when it shifts to this new level, the level of whether or not the ideas and messages promoted through mainstream media and even mainstream science have already been influenced or manipulated by the conspirators, the powers that be. So stay tuned for that episode because it gets interesting.
Okay, so I'm back. What logic processes might drive the Republican Party to the steal? Yeah, I mean the big lie, I mean, not only is it an obvious conspiracy theory, and not only is it just so, I mean, again, to refer to the Carl Sagan famous quote, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That is an incredibly remarkable an extraordinary claim, and there is literally no evidence. So not only do they not have extraordinary evidence, there's sort of just a complete lack of evidence, and there is a mountain of dis what's the correct word? Um, I mean, there's just a lot of evidence which refutes that claim. So they're actually apparently he's claiming there's a third video. I always remember two, but hopefully you enjoyed that. It just sort of gives you a mindset for how when he's referring to default skepticism, he's trying to be extremely neutral because this guy's perspective and sort of role is to teach independent critical thinking. So he wants to help everyone evaluate truth claims on their own and draw their own conclusions, which is very commendable. I am a scientific skeptic, so when he's referring to default skepticism, um, or rational skepticism, that is synonymous with scientific skepticism. So the other way of saying scientific skepticism is rational skepticism. It's I actually I blocked someone once early on in this channel because the person said, "What sort of an idiot are you, scientific skeptic? You know, science is based on empirical evidence and facts or something like that." And it just showed that this person clearly had no idea what the philosophical school of thought called scientific skepticism or rational skepticism means. I'm pretty sure that she presumed that a scientific skeptic means you are um, skeptical of science itself, and it's more the opposite. Um, Scientific skepticism is the application of scientific principles, the application of the scientific method, and including the tool, the sort of database of scientific knowledge, as the fundamental basis upon which our skepticism sits. So it's applying scientific principles with philosophical concepts like skepticism and critical thinking, with the application of formal logic and probability theory. So it's sort of the combination of science and philosophy. So to call me an idiot and claim that I'm against science is sort of funny since I'm a scientist and a science educator. Um, but let's see, where did I sort of want to go from here? I think from here, I wanted to discuss a bit of the science. So there's a lot of research I referred to earlier in the at the beginning of the video that the way that I think about conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists is in a sociological context, in a individual psychology perspective, and from a group psychology perspective. So again, we need to be nuanced here. As I said earlier, but some of you may have come in late. Clearly, conspiracies occur. Conspiracies even occur fairly often. But that's not really what we're talking about when we're talking about the phenomenon of conspiracy theories. That's why I tried to sort of spend some time at the beginning to make sure that we at least, from an analysis perspective, attempt to sort of not conflate actual conspiracies from a conspiracy theory, because they're sort of they relate to different phenomena. Now there are a few examples. Um, I'm trying to think. There was one. Somebody here needs to help me. Somebody in the chat room. There was a famous British. I believe he was like an entertainer. He was certainly a famous British Jimmy Savile. I believe it's Jimmy Savile. And if I can get some confirmation from the chat room, he there was a fairly, from what I remember having read, was that there was a conspiracy theory in advance of Jimmy Savile, I believe, as being like a serial pedophile. I- Ali, does that sound right? And I think he sort of, there were a lot of people that had sort of known about that or had suspected that for a very long time, and I think he, sort of went unnoticed, or it was not exposed for a long time. But from what I understand, a lot of people actually did believe it, and he ultimately then was exposed as I believe it was a serial a pedophile. And so that is, one of the rare exceptions, and there are others where there was a popular sort of mainstream conspiracy theory that this guy, was into some very bad and illegal stuff, and ultimately it really was exposed to be true. And it's quite possible that maybe he got off for so long because maybe he had lots of influence, maybe his celebrity status just sort of insulated him from people looking at him closer or attempting to prosecute him. But there are exceptions. But generally speaking, as I tried to explain earlier, normally conspiracies that are actually exposed are exposed by the professionals, by law enforcement, by insiders who confess or slip, and the information gets out, or investigative journalists. And there doesn't tend to be actually a um, conspiracy theory, sort of a mainstream conspiracy theory, in advance of the actual conspiracy being exposed. And in the case of conspiracy theories, very few mainstream conspiracy theories ever get prosecuted or exposed as actual conspiracies. So that's sort of a way, because the one of the trademarks of conspiracy theories is there is an absence of evidence. That's sort of why, as a scientific skeptic, as explained by Kevin in these videos, we tend to take the null hypothesis, or as he calls it, the default skepticism, where we pretty much sort of assume that if there's a big mainstream conspiracy which hasn't been exposed, that likely means there's sort of no evidence to act on. Because if there's something already out there in the mainstream, why wouldn't an investigative journalist, try to get his um, Pulitzer, or I forget what the award for the best journalist is, but wouldn't they want to get that scoop? Wouldn't they want to get that story? Wouldn't they want to expose the conspiracy? Wouldn't the cops take an interest and want to take a look at somebody if there was really some nefarious behavior? So the fact that there's this massively popular, broad conspiracy theory about, essentially illegal behavior occurring behind the scenes, there are a lot of ambitious people in law enforcement and journalism that would love to get that story and be the one that exposes it, and is then responsible for someone getting prosecuted, or put in jail, or exposed, or their reputation destroyed. So, it's another sort of hint that if that many people believe in something and no one's getting prosecuted, or they seem quite stable in their career, and they're not seemingly dealing with any legal consequences, that's probably a good sign that there's probably nothing there, and this is just a sort of rumor that's spread on the internet, through misinformation and social media, but doesn't necessarily have a basis in fact. So I wanted to talk a bit about the science. So let me go share um, an article. No sound. You guys can hear me, can't you? Testing. Yeah, I mean, Elston Gunn can hear me because he's responding to my words. Just me? I'm not sure why you're I'm hoping that you're not the only one that can't hear. Okay, so now I'm going to show you an article. Oops, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so I mean there are a million articles. If you'd like to do your own homework, I will certainly share this. But if you'd like to do your own homework on sort of the science of conspiracy theories, there's a large body of evidence. I referred to some of the causes before, which are based on sort of my reading of the phenomenon for the last 10, 20 years. And this article, it's probably not the best you can find out there, but it sort of sums up most of the scientific explanations based on the research that I've read over the years, and I've read the actual underlying science, but it's a nice little summary. So I'll just show this to you. and we'll read it together. So, a psychologist explains why people believe in conspiracy theories. Tinfoil hats at the ready. Conspiracy theories have become plentiful during the pandemic, with many factors helping this process. And this is from November 2021. It's from a website called sciencefocus.com. So, in the wake of the US Capitol riot and the COVID-19 pandemic, conspiracy theories are running rampant. Whether it's the idea that the world is being run by Satan loving pedophiles. Now, I assume that you all know that that's referring to QAnon, correct? Or that coronavirus is spread by 5G technology. For those of us for whom such claims seem outlandish and ridiculous, it is extremely difficult to understand why anyone would believe them. However, psychology researchers have uncovered a range of explanatory factors, from basic perceptual processes to emotional issues. For instance, while all of us can be prone to seeing illusory patterns, such as a face in the clouds, earlier we talked about that phenomenon. That's called pareidolia, which is a subset of apophenia, which is a larger cognitive, basically a sensory deficit. Well, not necessarily a sensory deficit. It's just our evolved um, senses are prone to seeing faces in things. And in the case of that's pareidolia, and in the case of apophenia, it is just seeing patterns, sometimes false patterns in the noise, because we are a pattern matching animal. That's an evolved cognition that we have, which helps us try to navigate the world and see meaningful patterns. And sometimes we conflate meaningful patterns with irrelevant patterns or simply just noise, and we sometimes give it meaning. And apophenia goes a long way at explaining a lot of paranormal sightings, so things like ghosts and aliens, alien spaceship, UFOs, a lot of even things like Bigfoot, cryptozoology, where we think we see strange animals that are not real. A lot of that can be explained by this phenomenon, which is referred to generally as apophenia, and in the case of faces, pareidolia. So anyway, a study led by a Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam showed that this tendency is heightened among believers in conspiracy theories. So there's a very interesting correlation between heightened pareidolia and conspiracy theories, or the proclivity to believe in them. This means they are likely to see apparent connections between disparate events that the rest of us just don't notice. Of course, many conspiracy theories make claims that are factually incorrect, or they are based on fundamentally flawed logic. Unfortunately, believers in the theories are not only more likely to see illusory connections, research shows they are also less likely to have had the kind of education or have the critical thinking skills necessary to help them see the glaring holes in their wild theories. At the same time, believers in conspiracies often have an inflated sense of their own intellectual competence, or what is often referred to as Dunning Kruger, or the overconfidence bias. Research led by the late Scott Lilienfeld at Emory University in Atlanta showed that in personality trait terms, believers tend to be lower in intellectual humility. So, as many of you know that follow my channel, my icon, the brain in a vat, is a nod to intellectual humility, to be careful to not overestimate our knowledge and our cognitive capacity and our, and to help us be careful when we assert that we know things as opposed to simply an opinion or a belief. So, ignorance combined with overconfidence creates a fertile ground for unsubstantiated beliefs to take hold. There is also another powerful emotional component to conspiracy theory beliefs, which helps explain why they can be so difficult to challenge. Believing in a widely discredited theory and feeling part of a community of fellow believers can help to satisfy some people's need to feel special, according to research. So that's that specialness of feeling like you are in the know. You are the only one who understands how complex things um, work, and you then may appeal to calling everyone else a sheeple. So this is also very common. Studies have also shown believers also more prone to anxiety and a sense that they lack control, feelings alleviated by subscribing to a conspiracy theory being spread with such apparent conviction by others. So I referred to that at the very beginning, that people that tend to hold a large basket of conspiracy theories also correlates highly with people who seemingly have an issue with not feeling in control of their lives. There's a sort of powerlessness, a sort of helplessness in terms of controlling their own destiny, and these sort of super theories of everything, conspiracy theories, provide them, with a sort of remedy or cure for the cognitive dissonance that they have by not feeling in control of their lives or not feeling like they understand how the world works. So that's this simple little article is just a nice little summary of a whole lot of research. I mean, I was going to show you my Facebook forum where I just sort of queried conspiracy theories and showed that over the last 10 years, there's all sorts of various lines of research on conspiracy theories. And there, as I said at the beginning, there's sort of the larger scale sociological um, explanation for conspiracy theories, which is, in times of great change and in times of great uncertainty and in times of great insecurity. So, an event like 9/11, which caused a lot of societal insecurity, an event like the 2008 economic crisis, again, another sort of catalyst to bring about heightened insecurity. And then, and it's been getting worse sort of since then. All of these sort of societal level or sociological causes can also lead to a greater belief in conspiracy theories, and that's what we're seeing today. Conspiracy theories are really about it. They're as high as I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I was worried about them 10 years ago, and now the pandemic. Also, I mean, look at the plethora of conspiracy theories around COVID. I mean, from a scientific perspective, it's a virus. There's not a scientist worth their salt that thinks that there's not a virus. And there's actually people out there that think that there is no virus. They think that people haven't died. They go to hospitals with their cameras and they say, "Where are all the COVID patients? Why don't we see all of them?" It's all a hoax. I mean, they literally believe there is no virus. So, anyway, so that's this at the sociological level, and then at the sort of individual psychology level, then we have this sort of research where we're talking about people that seem to suffer a bit from feelings of helplessness or feeling a perceived lack of control over their own destiny and an inability to sort of accept the unknown or the complexity of the world. So these are some of the scientific lines of research. There's an awful lot of sort of corroborating evidence in these fields, in the various psychological fields and sociology and even in group psychology. So um, I mean, I think we're sort of getting to the end. I think what I was sort of promising you, but before I give you that last little treat, and maybe we have a talk about how conspiracies manifest even in our little subculture here on YouTube and in the true crime community. And yes, Sue Ellen, I mean, there's so many. They're just, every day there's a new. I mean, here's a conspiracy theory. I'm Benny Keys. That's why I made the video, the Benny. The Benny was all about a very ubiquitous conspiracy theory in the true crime world, where everything is blamed on a single guy named Benny Keys that somehow has super magical, supernatural powers. I mean, if you can't tell the difference between me and Benny Keys, I'm not sure what that says about you. I've also been, I was at the beginning when I first started, I was somehow Benny Key's puppet. I get emails that people forward me that that somehow like me and Aussie Insider are somehow complicit in some conspiracy with other YouTubers that I've never even heard of on stories that I'm not even aware of, but that we're all going down with the ship and I'm involved. And, I should wait for the three-letter agencies to knock on my door on stories that I literally have never heard of. I have no idea who these people are, but somehow I'm involved, and I'm going to be going to jail any day now. And those are conspiracy theories. So I was going to show you. Let's just sort of go there since so many of you guessed it. But this is I mean, I think I've found some other sites. Certainly, we have all the sort of dowsers and the mediums and the um, psychics in the true crime space. And, I think they're all grifters. And I think they're all opportunists, just again, jumping on the true crime bandwagon. Again, I never claim that all of them, you know that they're frauds. I'm sure that some of them believe that they have gifts, but from my perspective, um, I that's not very productive um, for solving true crime cases. And they're getting paid, and some of them have a large subscriber base. So I wanted to show you this page, and I sort of have evidence. I'm actually probably not going to share that because it's sort of a friend of mine, but people are believing a particular conspiracy theory behind the scenes, and it just so happens that this particular channel projects that same exact conspiracy theory. And there is someone named um, what is his name? He was affiliated with Molly Golightly, and he went down and with Andrew Griffin, and they were all in um, Tennessee. These alleged protesters that have been added to my bad actor list. I believe his name is what White Boy Radio or something like that. Well, these people um, certainly this site, let me just speak about this site. This Enchanted Life Path is just all Alex Jones, just straight out of Alex Jones, David Icke. Everything's a false flag. Everybody's a crisis actor in her narrative. So Benny Keys is a crisis actor, and she has a video where I don't know, several years ago, Benny Keys must have, when he was sort of in the hip hop world, because he's been involved with music production, and he was, she plays a clip of a video where actually Benny Keys is actually in a scene. He's clearly acting. It's probably with sort of his hip hop community. Maybe they made a small little movie, and Benny Keys comes into a little office and acts as an investigator. So it's sort of very funny. I mean, he sort of plays the role of Chris McDonough in some little sketch. And I saw the video, and it's clearly Benny Keys. And so this channel is claiming that therefore he's an actor, like an actual actor. I doubt he's a member of the Screen Actors Guild or SAG. But she's using that argument to claim that Benny Keys is a crisis actor in the Crow case on YouTube, and that he's profiting, and then they're all in on it together. So Molly Golightly, you know, Foghorn Leghorn, Bullhorn Sally, whatever her name is, Bullhorn Betty, um, idiot. I played a video of her, with a bunch of white power people the other day, and she's flashing a well-known, you know, white supremacist signal. Um, and so and I've seen her criminal record, which is longer than both my arms. Lovely person, lovely individual. And Molly Golightly, another lovely individual, and this white boy radio, whatever. He's got neo-Nazi background, just like Doug Hutton. Videos of the 1488 tattoo. Nice, nice people. So anyway, this Enchanted Life Path is just straight up Alex Jones, psyops, crisis actors, false flag, Benny Keys, and all the other ones, Molly Golightly and the whole bad actors crew. They're all working together behind the scenes. They're all staging all of the conflicts. It's all planned, and they're all just doing it, to get money. And I mean, she's a nut. This person is a nut. This person is a clear and obvious conspiracy theorist. And her channel is the most obvious because of, again, she's using the crisis actor language. And again, with no evidence, what evidence does she have that Benny Keys is acting? An old clip of a video where he was in a sketch. That's not proof that he's part of a conspiracy in the YouTube community, and they're all working together and staging everything. Now, do those things happen? Do I think there are some bad actors who are working together and possibly even staging conflicts amongst themselves from time to time to sort of rev up the emotion and get the sensationalism going? Yes, I actually do think that that's a real thing. But do I think what this person is saying is legitimate or factual or evidence based or rational? Not a chance. So anyway, just wanted to, I think now, I think I'm sort of done. But let's have a little Q&A. I'd like to let me sort of get rid of this screen. I did want to, just if you want. Unfortunately, it's a bad screenshot, but I have a I have that image. Whatever, not a big deal. I think I won't share it. But at the beginning of the video, I have that triangle, which is a sort of a fun. Maybe I'll just post the link in the description. It's just a fun, and it was shared from that British comedian that often is in the intellectual crowd. I should know his name. Old, lovely gay gentleman. Some of you might know who I'm talking about. Fry, yeah, Fry. I mean, he's great. Pretty much everyone likes him, as far as I know. He shared that image that I have, and I'll put it in the description. It has a really nice sort of categorization where it talks about really big conspiracy theories at the top that are completely irrational, and then it goes down to those beliefs which are entering into the realm of more and more rational. But at the top, sort of the most bombastic and ludicrous of the claims. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking and try to go to the chat now, and let's hang out for a little bit, and then I'll let you go. So, what questions? Any questions here? Do, 12-step woman. Thank you very much. Oh no, sorry, you're talking to Mama Mia. You're not talking to me. I excuse myself. How dare me to intervene in a conversation between two people that has nothing to do with me. Um, okay, I'm just gonna read for a while with you guys. I want to see what you have to say. Yeah, this is definitely not a video on Bullhorn Betty, but in the future there might be several quite critical videos being made. I mean, I made 5 videos in the Bad Actors series, but there's a good 4 new bad actors that have just presented themselves in a big way, that need to be scrutinized from an evidence-based, fair, and honest perspective. Kaz. Yeah, I know, just me. It's sort of sad. So let me ask you then, maybe just a general question. Did you guys find this useful? I mean, this is my first real live stream. I mean, on a scale of 0 to 10, I mean, how poorly did I make my case? And did you enjoy the the content, and did you think it was sort of did the logic flow? Did you find that the case was supported? Did you find it entertaining? Oh, good. I will try to get better at this live streaming. I have a second screen which died, and so now I have to use like a big 42-inch screen from my living room, but it's only 720p, so it's very awkward to look at a 1080p screen and a 720p screen on the other side. So I don't feel at all comfortable with the workflow and moving things onto the screen and all that. I'm still at the beginning of the learning curve, so I apologize for sort of not being smooth and seamless with transitions and sharing my screen. I'll try to get better at it. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you, La Noël. La Noël, the Christmas. Joyeux Noël, La Noël. We're almost there. Anybody want to speak French? Thank you, Elston Gunn. Very kind of you. You're very welcome. Did I miss anyone? Thank you, Kibby. I'm glad. I'm sorry, Sack and Fox Nanny. I didn't see it. I did say that I have a hard time learning how to sort of look at the chat and speak. So please, could you maybe repeat your question? I'd be happy to answer it. I just didn't notice it. Is Santa a conspiracy? According to Kevin de la Plante, yes. Thank you, AR. So please, second Fox Nanny. Now I feel bad if I didn't see your question. I certainly did try to take some pauses and answer questions, but sort of with the time lag, I'm not keeping up or just not very good at it. I don't want you to go to work, Kaz. I want you to stay home and eat popcorn, have a sandwich. Allie, cattails. Thank you. Is there a way you can maybe include some more interaction, like ask for examples from chat more often? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the other thing I need to learn how to do. I need to post the comments. I completely forgot about that tonight. I did sort of figure it out a little bit the other day. I apologize. This time I was on my own. The other days the last time I had some help. So I apologize for that. I will try to do better on that front to bring in comments. And I'm having a really hard time tracking the comments. Like I ask a question and then I feel like I don't see any, and I don't know if it's just the time lag or I'm just bad at this. We all fall off the wagon, Elston Gunn. It's just an aspiration. Critical thinking is an aspiration. The goal is just to hopefully develop your skills and be less often duped. And it definitely with practice you get better. I just wondered why you chose live over taped. Well, I wanted to experiment with this medium. I've been doing the recorded stuff, and I wanted to make it interactive, but apparently there's a bit of criticism that I didn't achieve that very well. So I have to just concede that my defense is that I'm a rookie and I really not my workflow and my ability to sort of multitask is clearly not up to par yet. I mean, I can tell you about um, some bad science that I fell for. Does anybody remember a documentary called What the Bleep Do We Know? I fell for that a long time ago, and it was right at the beginning of my scientific skepticism development, and I believed in some bad science, essentially the science of sort of mind over matter. Basically, the sort of, I'm sure you guys have heard of the, the law of attraction. And what's the book? I forget what the book is. I think it's the law of attraction, but that's all nonsense. I mean, it's just a complete misinterpretation of quantum mechanics, which I now am far more literate in. And I fell for it. I actually even tried it for a while. I thought that if I really focused my brain before I went into an interview or something like that, um, that I could affect the outcome, somehow alter the atomic structure of the universe in my favor. The Secret, yes, The Secret. That's rubbish. But I mean, that book is in huge circulation. It's very popular. There are a massive amount of channels that promote the law of attraction. It's very attractive. Who wouldn't want to believe in it? The power of, the mind over matter is very attractive. I think we sort of intuit that we can do it, but there's certainly no evidence that we can. And when they do attempt to base it on science, it's basically an incorrect interpretation of quantum mechanics. And I've taught over the last decade, I've tried to dispel a lot of bad quantum mechanics because a lot of people profit from quantum weirdness. Quantum mechanics is very counterintuitive. So a lot of people seize on that by writing books and promoting products and promoting sort of new age philosophy, like Deepak Chopra is famous for that. We all make fun of him in the skeptic world. My educational background, just me, is I have 2 master's degrees. So I have a master's degree in economics and in political science, specialization in international relations and international law. So I'm a political scientist and an economist, so both are social scientists. And I began my career as a social scientist at the United Nations in Switzerland. I consulted for several United Nations organizations for about 5 years, and then I moved into the private sector. So then I became basically a corporate consultant, a business consultant in Europe. So I worked for a lot of multinationals, and I came in and helped them, sort of set up their companies and build financial systems and optimize their business processes, and did a lot of economic forecasting and helping them do their sort of all their economic planning and financial planning. Oh, I loved research. Certainly, no shame in research. I think everybody should do their research. That the problem is that a lot of people don't know how to do good research. So, for example, a lot of people call in the skeptic world. We sort of laugh at the common line when people say "do your research." For a lot of people, do your research means, accept the first type in what you already believe on Google, and then accept the first link, and then post that as fact. That's not research, and it's certainly not what scientific research means. 12-step woman. I'll try. I mean, had you been on science critical thinking and skepticism for the last 10 years, I certainly have tried to cover, everything, all of the fundamentals in philosophy of science and critical thinking and formal logic, to try to give people sort of the basics, the fundamentals, and then to, try to vary it between sort of a 501 level content as well as a 101 level content. So, you never know your audience on social media, so you can't judge how scientifically literate someone is, or what level of content they want, and you're sort of trying to find some happy balance between communicating to people who might not have a science background or a philosophy background, and then other people that are really advanced, and you don't want to bore either of them. It's hard to find the balance. So today I updated my about me page on the channel. and it has, and on all the videos now, they all have links to my website and to my Facebook forum and to Twitter. Um, but today I also added on the About Me a contact link on my web server. So if you guys, ever have a question, please feel free to send me an email. I mean, even if it's simple, don't, nothing's too simple. Don't consider anything a stupid question. This is what I love to do is help. I can, possibly point you towards some, good literature or a good book or a good scientist who specializes in that, or just give you, a sort of a general, um, overview of a topic, and, get you started. Yeah, I did a lot of forecasting and trending. I mean, I started out as a financial analyst, just me, and then I sort of moved into, sort of business consulting more. I managed my own finance department for a while. I was an FP&A manager, financial planning and analysis manager, and then I was sort of a program manager where I implemented ERP systems, large financial systems and business intelligence systems, and then I've done a lot of like business process engineering and re-engineering. Show how you'd go about research to figure out things we come across in our daily lives. Well, Ellie, that's a really big topic because from a critical thinking perspective, one of the reasons I started doing what I do is because I want in this new information age, it's really important, hopefully, that kids start getting taught in the fundamentals really early so they can navigate, the confusion of the internet, because people don't necessarily know what the difference between a good source and a bad source. So when doing research, you need to know what a high quality source is and a low quality source. You need to know the difference between a blog, an anonymous blog from a layperson, and a high impact, journal, and to be able to um, understand what evidence is and sort of the hierarchy of evidence, what qualifies as good evidence, what qualifies as very flimsy evidence or not necessarily evidence at all, and and know how to sort of cross reference and get opposing um, perspectives, but all hopefully high quality sources, because if you're just reading 10 low quality sources, you might be trying to do your homework and you might be spending a lot of time, but you might be just spinning your wheels and wasting your time because you're not looking at quality information, and then you can even get more confused, and too many people are doing that these days. Yeah, we definitely have a lot of sheeple, but sheeple's also used in a very derogatory way, often by the same conspiracy theorists I'm talking about. So I mean, there are humans are to a great extent sheeple, um, but I just don't like that word. But we are certainly followers. We generally tend to be followers, and we tend to prefer easy answers to hard answers, and we prefer to just let somebody else do the thinking for us. So we choose our gurus and we choose our sources, and then we just sort of parrot back what they tell us. Not too much comedy tonight, Blessed Bumblebee. This was pretty straight. I do a lot of comedy though. I do a lot of parody. Thank you, Kaz. I'm honored. I appreciate those kind words. So again, in the mortgage world, we speak the same language. Yeah, finance stuff. Um, So yeah, I want to thank all the mods. I want to thank any of you who stayed for the whole show. I hope it wasn't too long. I hope you found it educational and enjoyable. I hope it inspires you to want to go learn some more and maybe do your own research on the topics. And again, you know, thank thanks to everyone who showed up this evening. And I will not private this one, so this one will be available for replay. Although, actually, I'm a bit worried. Uh-oh, hold on, I have to say something. On StreamYard, when I went to broadcast, I think it said something about that it wouldn't record. So I'm hoping that what that means is it might not record on StreamYard, but I'm hoping that this is going to post the full recording on YouTube, because if there was some technical limitation here, I'm not going to be very happy if this doesn't get published. So then, yeah, I mean, unless there's you have more questions, I think. Do you think this is a good time maybe to end the stream? Give me a 1 if you think we've done enough, or give me a 2 if you want me to stay a little longer. Either way. I'm not sure who's left. Insightful. Thank you again. You're just wonderful. Thank you so much for taking your time to mod. I know you modded for Trisha. I really appreciate it. Okay, so from Sue Ellen, we're good. Uh-oh. We got a 2. That means I'm supposed to stay a 1. I think we're oh goodness, half and half. I need some wine. I don't have any wine. 1. Okay. Couple more 1s and I think we're going to be done here. Well, hi Darlene. Welcome. Yeah, I mean I hope it records, so feel free to go back and watch the whole thing. I think we went a long way for an educational video. This was not just a stream of consciousness video. Thank you, Elston Gunn. You're very welcome. No, it won't explode. People are not big fans of intellectualism. They're fans of drama. They like to watch human train wrecks and people fight. Gosh darn it, you guys are sort of half and half. you you're not helping. Kaz. I don't remember what the question was. I think the question was, should I end or should I hang out? Almost 4 a.m. where I am. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. where I am too. Well, I'm happy to have you here, Darlene. I wish you could have been here before, but this is my first real live stream and I'm really having a hard time, with the software and trying to handle the chat and answer all the questions. So I mean, I feel a bit bad that I'm not good enough at this. I can only promise you that I'll try to get a little bit better. Okay, so that's it. I think that we're done this evening. Again, thank you everyone for coming. Hopefully this video posts if you'd like to go check out the rest of it. Thank you again so much to the mods, everyone who helped and was kind and gracious. And again, I hope you enjoyed everything. I wish you all a lovely rest of the evening or the day, depending upon your time zone. And I hope to see you again very shortly. So talk to you later. So what do I usually say in my videos? Donc jusqu'à la prochaine fois. Tout à l'heure, mes copains. Bye bye.